Meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education. Mr. Carrick, would you please take the roll call?
Board Member Jeff Bennett. Board Member Deirdre Brown.
Here.
Board Member Elizabeth Callahan.
Here.
Board Member Meredith Higgins.
Here.
Board Member Bibble Capadia. Board President Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Malini Nayar.
Here.
Board Member Shana Sackett-Gable. Board Member Paul Steffen. We have a quorum.
Very good. Please stand if you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, you guys got it. All right. Please take notice. Adequate notice of this meeting was sent on January 6, 2026 from the office of the Secretary of the Board to the Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tap into Soma, and the Village Green. We have an exciting meeting this evening. We are going to be celebrating retirement of numerous devoted members of our staff. We also have very exciting committee reports and other things we're going to do, but first we have a performance by the Clinton Elementary School 5th grade chorus, led by Ms. Rebecca Jacobson.
Thank you. We're excited to be here tonight. There's a lot going on in the town and in the district. So I'm very grateful for these 5th grade students joining us tonight. We're going to open with a song, a Congolese folk song called Banaha. They will sing it in a 3-part round.
Si, si, me la du Banaha. Si, ya que si me la du Banaha. Banaha,
We have one more song for you tonight. It is the song Kiss the Sky from the movie The Wild Robot.
Here, can we get a photo with you guys first? That was fantastic. Thank you so much to Clinton Elementary School for that fantastic musical performance. We are now going to move on to one of our favorite but also very bittersweet events, which is recognition of folks who are retiring from the district. This evening, we are honoring a total of 18 retirees for the 25-26 school year. They have served a total of 426 years of service altogether, and have touched the lives of countless students over that time. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Bing, to tell us the full list of who we're honoring tonight.
I put in Google today, things that last for more than 426 years. Nothing came up. It was zero. I take that back. A shark from Greenland came up who lives to 450 years sometimes. That is it. So this is truly unbelievable. I want to read the total list off before we start acknowledging our folks that attended tonight. First off, from SOM, I want to acknowledge Linda Bella, 28 years in the district. From Marshall, Deborah Baylor, 25 years in the district. From Seth Boyden, Susan Brody, 20 years in the district. From Clinton, Vanetta Boudou, 24 years in the district. From SM, South Mountain, Vernell Conyers, 22 years in the district.
Daily classroom pressures and professionals become increasingly hyper-politicized, forcing teachers to navigate intense external scrutiny.
I do want you to quickly look around this room. These are the faces of colleagues who have shared laughter, tears, have carried you through long weeks, and swapped countless and countless stories about what happened to them during a day, during a lesson. And more importantly, I want you to think about the thousands of invisible faces, the students and lives who these individuals have touched. Hundreds of thousands. I have a privilege of seeing our district from a bird's eye view. And from where I stand, I can tell you that the heart of our schools doesn't live in brick and mortar of our buildings or in the pages of our curriculum. It lives in you. It is our staff. It is our personnel that carries this district. When we see folks leaving after long careers, there is a sense of sadness. There is a sense of gratitude. There is also a sense of exhilaration for those moving on to their next chapter. I guarantee, as a former elementary teacher and someone who just had a couple of their students reach out on a social media platform to remind him of how old he was, you are leaving a legacy behind. It can't be measured through test scores. It can't be measured through retirement milestones. It could be measured by the impact you've had on your children. That legacy is woven into the very fabric of this community. It is why families move here at a rapid rate and why they stay here. It is why our children become doctors, artists, parents, and kind human beings. It is because of your inspiration and motivation, and most importantly, your modeling. So I wish you a few things on your next chapter. May you rest physically, mentally, just rest. May you rediscover things that you may not have seen because you've been working day and night and weekends, because this is a tedious and hard job. And may you remember, on those quiet days, please remember that you mattered, that you changed the world, that you made the choice not to work in a cubicle, right? You made the choice to jump into a very difficult profession so you can impact our future. And you've
It's lovely to be a teacher.
Pick me up. Yeah.
He or she could never be out where their influence stops. From the bottom of the lecture, what the stage and we have this school district. We thank you, we love you, we will miss you deeply, and we wish you the most joyful.
So we are so grateful to have 7 of our retirees present and able to be honored specifically tonight. And for the first, I'd like to bring up to the microphone Maplewood Middle School Principal Dara Grenow.
Good evening. I would like to call up Lauren Quinn to honor her. Lauren Quinn, I was thinking of the word that I would best associate with her, and what immediately came to mind is unflappable. And that is a really important, it's really important to be that person in a middle school. If I can be corny, she was a science teacher, retiring as a science teacher out of 8th grade, but began her career with our 6th graders. So a little corny science term. She really truly is our thermostat, not our thermometer. She really is always even. She's always calm, always so kind to the kids. And sometimes middle schoolers aren't their best. They feel big feelings. They come in with different moods, and every single day you got the same Miss Quinn, patient with them, doing things to engage them. She has the 8th graders. There are seniors of the building, and she knows how to get the best out of them and meet them where they are. And that's the kind of
you want your child to have, especially your middle school when we're going through so much. She knows our kids, she knows our community. She had grandbabies in one of our elementary schools, I remember. And so she really always approached her job with that kind of love as a community member, as someone wanting to do just right by her kids and she would want for her grandbaby. So I think you are, and you're a beautiful human being. You deserve a beautiful retirement. Congratulations.
Together, we're going to get our steps in tonight.
Right here. Now, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
For our next honoree, we'd like to welcome Principal of Marshall Elementary School, Laura Siberius.
I think Ms. Bayaler was joining us virtually, I was told. They bring
Do we have her on screen?
She's not on? Okay. Can I just share? All right, she's not on right now.
We're
I'll call her
recording
after.
this. She'll get it.
But I do want to share a few words about Deb. So our retiree from Marshall is Ms. Deb Bialer. And Ms. Bialer is retiring after 24 years of dedicated service to the South Orange Maplewood School District. She began her career at Delia Bolden Elementary in 2001. And Deb spent the majority of her time in 4th grade teaching math, science, and social studies. Deb is just so inspiring. She is so upbeat. She's the warmest, kindest individual, and she's incredibly creative. I think the one thing that everyone remembers about Deb, who really has worked closely with her and knows her, is her excitement. And you hear this a lot in education. This is so true about Deb, her excitement for learning. Every new Hi. Every new topic, every new concept, she's so excited to teach her students and so excited for everything they had to share. She was frequently, which you don't always get a chance to do anymore, doing creative side projects, plays and role plays and craft activities to go with every concept for math, social studies, and science. And she's just a joy to work with. She's a compassionate and kind human being. And even though she couldn't be here with us tonight, I just want everyone to honor Deb in her move on to her next adventure. And we wish her all the best in her retirement. She has earned it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. For our next honoree, I'd like to invite up Principal of Columbia High School, Frank Sanchez, and Supervisor Dr. Ramon Robles, and Student Representative Scarlett Strogoff.
Good evening. So we're gathering here today to celebrate our retirees. I'm here to celebrate someone truly special, Mrs. Rocio Lopez. It is both an honor and an emotional moment for me to speak about Rocio, because our journey together spans many years. First, as colleagues teaching Spanish together in this district, later as a supervisor working side by side in support of students, teachers, and our school community. Rocio is an exceptional educator in every sense of the word. Anyone who has had the privilege of walking into her classroom knows immediately that it is not simply a Spanish class, it is an experience. Observing Rocio teach is like immersing yourself in a world where Spanish truly comes alive. Students are actively using the target language, engaging in meaningful conversations, discussions, debating complex and challenging topics, and learning to express their opinions with confidence. At the same time, there is always respect, warmth, and a sense of belonging in her classroom. Her lessons are engaging, dynamic, and intellectually rich. Students are challenged. Students are challenged, but they are also supported and inspired. Rocio has mastered the art of making students feel capable, empowered, and excited to learn. And the results speaks for themselves. Year after year, her students achieve extraordinary success in the AP Spanish Language and Culture exam. Many years, 100% of her students pass the exam, an accomplishment that reflects not only her expertise and preparation, but also the high expectations and care she brings to every single student. In education, we often hear people say that when you feel overwhelmed or exhausted, you should observe an elementary classroom because it will remind you of why you became an educator. Honestly, that is exactly how it feels to observe Rocio teach. Watching her interact with students, seeing how deeply engaged in conversation they are, hearing authentic conversations taking place in Spanish, it energizes you. It reminds you of the joy, purpose, and beauty of teaching. But Rocio's impact extends far beyond the classroom. As a president of the Teachers Union, she has been a fearless advocate for her colleagues. She has always fought with integrity, fairness, and courage. Yet through every difficult conversation and every challenge, one thing always remains clear. For Rocio, students come first. To her, nothing matters more than doing what is best for students. That belief has guided every decision she has made and every role she has taken on. On a personal note, Rocio, I want to say how grateful I am for you. You have been a wonderful colleague, an outstanding staff member, and a friend. I am deeply saddened to see you leave because your presence has meant so much to all of us. At the same time, I am genuinely happy for you as you begin this new chapter of your life. I hope retirement brings you the time and joy you deserve, more time with your family here in the United States, but in with your family in Spain. I am sure they are looking forward to seeing you more often, sharing meals, laughter, celebrations, and enjoying beautiful moments together both here and in Malaga. And perhaps that is the perfect way to end. In English, we say retirement, a word that sometimes sounds like being set aside, but in Spanish, we say jubilación, a word connected to jubilee, joy, and happiness. And that feels much more appropriate for someone like Rocio. Rocio, thank you for your dedication, your passion, your leadership, your friendship, and the countless lives you have touched throughout your career. Congratulations on your jubilación. You have earned every moment of happiness ahead.
My name is Scarlett Strogoff, and I'm honored to serve as the student representative to the Board of Education. But tonight, I have the privilege of standing before you, not just as a representative, but as a student, one who has genuinely been changed by the teachers we are celebrating tonight. I want to speak about someone who I can only describe as a true force of nature, Senora Lopez. I walked into her classroom, barely able to construct a proper sentence in Spanish, and I'm not exaggerating. And somewhere in that classroom, something happened to me, not just linguistically, but personally, because Senora Lopez never just taught Spanish. She built a Spanish speaking community in that room. She created a space where you could stumble over your words, laugh about it, try again, and feel completely at home and supported doing all three. She has this incredible gift for making joy contagious. Her classroom felt like a space where ideas could breathe. She didn't just teach us to conjugate verbs. In fact, we spent very little time focusing on grammar. She taught us to think in another language and to see the world differently because of it, to hold space for perspectives that weren't our own and to articulate them in Spanish. That is not a small thing. That is, in my opinion, one of the most important things a teacher can ever do. And somehow it worked. And I know it worked because in the beginning, I didn't know how to speak Spanish in the past tense. And right now, I am reading La breve y maravillosa vida de Oscar Wilde by Junot Diaz in Spanish. But beyond the classroom, Senora Lopez is a fighter. She fights for her students when no one is watching. She fights for her colleagues. She fights for the people she loves with everything she has, and she does it all with her heart completely on her sleeve. There is no performance in her advocacy or her care for her students. It is just who she is. That kind of teacher doesn't come around often. The kind that always has their door open during their free periods, the kind who makes you feel seen, the kind who makes the classroom feel alive, and the kind who sends you out into the world genuinely better equipped, not just with academic skills, but with character. Senora Lopez, I'm a better student, a better thinker, and a better person because of you. This community is richer because you chose to give your career to it. And while tonight we celebrate your retirement, I think I can speak for every student whose life you touched when I say, de todo mi corazón, with all my heart, gracias.
My God, I'm so humbled to follow both Ramon Robles, an incredible colleague of mine, and Scarlett Strogoff, one of our great students. I want to thank Rocio for two ways. First, as a teacher, and then as a adversary. I don't know what the word is. As a teacher, I just want to say I've worked in several districts, and I mean this, Shira, Patrice, Dallas. I don't mean this in a bad way. I've worked with many unions and associations, and I will say sometimes association leaders are not the best educators. Just saying that out loud. And sometimes they become leaders in the association because they've been dinged or something by administrators or what have you. I observed Rocio's class. I go to her class all the time because she yells at me and then she makes me go talk to her at her office, not mine. And I cannot tell you what an incredible instructor she is. She's a fabulous, fabulous teacher. And I said, oh, I can't believe you're such a great teacher and you're an association president. I've said that several times. And she really is incredible, as Scarlett has mentioned, so I don't have to talk that much about it. I will say, as an adversary, with love, I grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment with 6 people growing up. My dad, myself, and 4 women, Latina women, my grandmother, my mother, and my 2 sisters. And my dad would always say, we're a bunch of privates living in a sergeant's household. And we would listen to these women. Rocio, you're like a sister because you tell me what to do. And I will say we have had many serious engagements. But what I want to just mention is that every single engagement that we had. It wasn't about teachers first, it was always about students underneath. And I thank you for that because the love that you have for education and the love that you have for the craft of education is so rare sometimes. And I really appreciate it. And even though I think I may have won, no, I've lost more than I've won, we've always talked about kids and about the great teachers that we have at Columbia High School and of course for this whole district. And I appreciate all that passion. Somos primos, puede ser, pero I look forward for your, I could not be more proud of you for your retirement, although we will miss you greatly at Columbia High School. So we thank you for your work.
I have the mic.
Set the cameras off, please. I've got something to say. Cameras off.
I have the mic without time limit. For once in my life.
3 minutes,
I've been waiting
Rocio.
25 years to do this. Yeah, never, not for as much time as I can. And look, I can even move around. No, I actually didn't think about what I will say today because at the end of the day, and I don't know how to look at all of you, I think I should go this way. At the end of the day, retirement is something that is happy, but at the same time, it's kind of sad. It's that moment where you're changing a period of your life and going to another, right? Another cycle. And it has been a ride, but I want to tell you all that being a person from another country and coming to the United States and coming here to South Orange and Maplewood School District, this has been my home. It's hard to find a home when you live in another country, and this has been my home. So as much as I'm happy, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I was tired of being president already. The teaching is not the problem. The problem, I'm sorry, Cheryl. The problem is, you know, the other fight that you have to have, and I needed to find another way to keep moving with my life and enjoy it. You have been my family, and I'm leaving my family. So hopefully I'll be super happy, and hopefully things will be for the right reason. And especially I want you today to meet my other family. You have my kids over there, and my granddaughter, and my ex. And this is the people, yes, because we get along that way. And so you guys know, one of the reasons we're exes is because of my job as president. So we all have to take it. I had spent too many hours, you know, at work. But this is the people that have made the sacrifices with me. So I just wanted to name them because you're here for 3 years, maybe 6. I have been president for 9 years. So the sacrifices that these individuals have to make for this community and for all my colleagues and our students, it was great. So thank you so much to everyone. You will have a little part of my heart. Adiós, corazones, me voy. Okay, thank you.
Love you. Miss you. Wish you the greatest.
Sorry, my family of the union, they're here too. Shira, Patrice, Dallas, Jesse, Lori, Jessica. You know, I hope I didn't forget anyone. Thank you for coming, and my two students that are here also.
Okay. For our next honoree, I'd like to please call up to the microphone Principal of the South Orange Middle School, Dr. Lynn Irby Hill.
Good evening, good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to wish my friend, Lisa McPherson, a happy retirement. She's been in this district for 25 years. She was our incredible art teacher, so she was here when I first came in the district. And I can't say enough about you. I'm going to talk directly to you, but also, I guess, to everyone else. One of the things that I love about Lisa is that she embraced everything that we were trying to do at South Orange Middle School. Her classroom was a space where every child could feel safe. Perhaps she embraced being a culturally responsive teacher the most. Through her art, she explored new artists from across the African diaspora to everywhere in the world to introduce that to her children, to the children in her classroom. When we began COVID, and my ELA teacher and the math teacher and everyone's putting packets together, it was Lisa who said, "We won't forget about art." And she herself packed up about 250 art supply bags for the students, and they were able to come and get it. The jewelry that you see her wearing is something that I admire because she makes her jewelry. So how blessed and honored I was when she came in one day and handed me a piece. There is one project that we have yet to do, and I'm going to put her on the spot because she won't say no in front of everyone. We said that we were doing a school-wide South Orange Middle School quilt, where every student would have, their family would have a piece of artwork that they would create, and we were going to stitch it together. And every year we were going to watch it grow and grow. And she's also a seamstress. She can sew, like she makes everything. She's going to make my costumes for Black History Month next year, because the relationship that we have at South Orange Middle School doesn't stop. When we say we are Psalm Strong and we are a family, we mean it. She lives close by, so she will hear my calls. I'll make sure I'll call and say, "Good morning, South Orange Middle School family," just so she feels connected. But I love you, and I don't say that lightly. I thank you for all that you have given to our children, to our staff, for embracing new staff. Every time they came in, we could send them to you. And I wish you the best of everything. 25 years is a lot, but our relationship and your relationship with South Orange Middle School will never end. And I thank you.
Is it?
It's on.
Okay. I just want to say I started in September 2001. So, and I had been teaching in a charter school for 2 years before that. So that was quite the initiation to teaching in South Orange, and it was very impactful. I've loved about teaching in this district is when in conversation, people say, I'm a teacher, and they go, "Where do you teach?" And I say, "South Orange Maplewood." The number of times that they said, "Oh, that's that art district." And that just meant so much to me that that's what we are and were, and I hope continue to be known for, is our support of the arts. A friend asked me the other day, what's one of your favorite moments that you remember from teaching? And I had, there's just like so many that stand out, but the one that finally popped into mind, and I said it was that student who at the end of the trimester, quarter, or whatever, said to me, "I never knew I could be good at art." And that's really what it's about. I also want to say I was on the interview committee for Miss Irby. So, so yes, we have been together from her beginning. So anyway, thank you so much.
Do we have you here for a photo? No, I love the.
Thank you.
Right. Count on 3, 2, 1. Smile. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I will ask Dr. Irby Hill to come back to the microphone.
So as ASCA president, I also have the honor of speaking on behalf of one of our members, Miss Raquel Horn. Raquel was here. She's looking like, what? She's been in the district how many years? 16. So she was here before I came. But I want to say that one of the first people to embrace me in ASCA and as a fellow administrator was Raquel. I was able to call her at any time, text me, what do you need? What do you need? So many fabulous ideas and things that you've done with the children at Marshall School, your morning announcements. If anyone knows, I can say it now, that I got all of my ideas for my morning announcements from you. Because the children were involved. And that's one of the things that I think brought you and I together, is because we always put children first, no matter what was going on. Again, I'm so happy for you. When I just embraced you there and you said, retirement feels good. So I'm happy that you are enjoying it. I thank you for how you have blessed my life. This is obviously not goodbye, because you and I are who you and I are, and that is always going to continue. And you are an amazing educator. Don't ever doubt that. You're an amazing woman. You're an amazing individual. I love you.
If I could just have 2 minutes. I'd just like to say my time here in South Orange Maplewood started in 2009 as assistant principal at Seth Boyden. And I worked with a great principal, Mark Keelis, and had a great time working with Shana Sackett as well. 2018, I became principal at Marshall. And I love my time there. I love my students. I love working with Laura Swiberis. I thought she was wonderful. And I remember when I was going to Marshall, people were saying, they're going to give you a hard time. They're heavily unionized. You're not going to have a great time over there. And after 1 month, I said, I love the union. I love Shira. I love Patrice. They're great. They became my people over there. I will always love you too. I will always love you, Laura. I will always love my students and my parents over there in the Marshall community. And I know I've been tired. Ms. Horn retired, Principal Horn retired in October, and I've been tired. But I promise my students, if you're watching, more videos are coming. I used to do cultural arts videos for the kids to celebrate every holiday, because I wanted all my students to be seen. I promise more videos are coming. I will forever love you all. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We get to the photo.
If I can see you, you can see me, I can see you here. And on the count of 3, 2, 1, big smile. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to ask to come up to the mic from South Mountain Elementary School, Principal Kevin Mason and Assistant Principal Anthony Cecina.
Good morning. Got you a chair. I'm good. All right, good evening, everyone. I didn't think I was going to make it today because I'm also the coach of the high school golf team. We won today. We have a 3-0 season, so hopefully we will be varsity next year. So I invited Mr. Cecina, my trusty assistant principal, so you're going to speak because I made you come all the way here on crutches. And I'm also going to have Ms. Jacobs speak, former principal of South Mountain. So I'm actually going to let Ms. Jacobs speak first.
Gail. So I don't know if everybody knows this, but Ms. Schaefer-Gello was my teacher when I was in 4th grade at South Mountain School. At the time, I think you must have been just out of college. Maybe it was like your first or second class, and you were really fun, a really fun teacher. And when I came back to South Mountain as principal, it was a very strange thing to be the principal of your former teacher because I didn't know who was in charge. And Gail won. She's in charge. But congratulations. Thank you for all that you've done for me as a student, for all the students of South Mountain, for your colleagues, for the families. I wish you all the best in this next chapter.
I thought I was escaping this when he showed up, but I have to say, working at South Mountain over the past 4 years, our culture of family, very similar to you have at SOM, we have that at SMS. A big part of that, especially because she's been there, over 3 decades, she has really become South Mountain. She is what epitomizes our school. Friendly, always smiling, never angry, treats every kid fairly and friendly. Anytime I went in Ms. Schaefer-Gallo's room, she's doing something with kids, exciting. And then on the personal side, we get to share a lot of stories about our families. We both are, Maplewood kids that grew up here. We have similar friends in circle. So you're going to be really missed for sure. And irreplaceable for sure. So I wish you luck with your next adventure and good luck.
So being a principal is a very difficult job. Walking into a school building where you don't know anybody and your first year also being COVID makes it even more difficult. But one thing I can always say about Ms. Schaefer-Gallo when we were on Zoom meetings, we were always in the meeting on, is there anything for the good of the order? And without a doubt, Ms. Schaefer-Gallo's hand would go up. And it became a joke with us. Like every time I say it, I just looked at Ms. Schaefer-Gallo on the screen and I knew she had something to share. But like Mr. Cecina said, South Mountain is a family. And not many principals and teachers get along and can have conversations, but I knew I could always go in Ms. Schaefer-Gallo's class and just sit and talk and laugh and talk about nothing that had to do anything with school. I don't know what kind of energy Ms. Schaefer-Gallo had. I wish she could bottle it up and give it to me, but she was always in a good mood. She was always smiling, and she was always happy. And not many teachers invite the principal to their classroom, but Ms. Schaefer-Gallo would come in, Mr. Mason, what are you doing at 11 o'clock? Come to my classroom. And I would go in there and the kids would be doing something crazy, putting stuff together. But I always appreciated her inviting me into her classroom. And I would walk in and the couple hours later, I was like, you can meet for your post. Like, she would not stop doing her work if I had an observation, because I would always be in her classroom. So Ms. Schaefer-Gallo, I appreciate you as a teacher. I appreciate you as a person. I'm going to miss you. And just let me know when you're sub-certified so you can come back and help out. But there's a piece of South Mountain missing now that you're not going to be there. So congratulations, enjoy your retirement, get outside, travel, have fun, but you will be missed. Okay, thank you.
Another one of my former students. Thank you. I'm going to, but I'll just raise my hand. So I grew up in, I'll stand here too. I don't need this. I see the classroom all the time.
For the people out there.
Oh, right. So I grew up in this community, graduated, came back, and I was at South Mountain my whole career. So many great memories. Amazing that Alina was one of my students and then became my principal. And it was kind of weird at first, but it worked out. It was fine. And then, of course, I see some of my former students, and then there are some other people that I've taught that have come back and subbed. One of the most special things about this is I still hear from former students. In fact, I just heard from a student a couple weeks ago reaching out. I don't know if you remember me. Of course I remember you. Oh, and yesterday I had lunch with a teacher, and she went to a mommy and me group, and she said, oh, do you remember Alyssa? And I won't say her last name, but do you remember? Yeah, I taught her. Well, she remembers you because she was the leader of my meeting today. So it makes me, and she said such kind words, and it makes me feel really special and proud that I've had the opportunity to make an impact on so many people, and so many little children grew up to be amazing adults. And I know I tell my students at the beginning of every year that one day when you become the important person that I know you will be, just remember I am and will always be one of your biggest fans. And I say that to my students every year. And I'm really lucky to have been a teacher for this long. And this is really bittersweet, really hard. But thank you.
Count of 3, 2, 1.
And I'd like to again turn the mic over to Mr. Mason and Mr. Cecina.
Online.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, please.
Okay, Ms. Conyers is online. So I have a very funny story about Ms. Conyers because I had never known Ms. Conyers, and I went to her professional development at Montclair State. And we're in a conference room, we're eating lunch, and this woman walks up to me and she's like, "Are you Mr. Mason?" And I'm like, "Yes." She's like, "There's a posting for a job as principal of South Mountain." I was like, "I don't want to be the principal of South Mountain." And she's like, "You really should apply to be the principal of South Mountain." So I go home and I was like, I met this strange lady at the conference today, and she told me to apply for the principal of South Mountain. My wife's like, apply for the job. So I applied for the job, and I'm here today wishing Miss Conyers a happy retirement. So I say all that to say, when Miss Conyers was at South Mountain, she was an excellent math and science 5th grade teacher. I would always go into class and joke around with her because I'm a former math and science teacher. So I used to always go in her class and always bother her and work with her. And just like Ms. Schaefer-Gallo, Ms. Conyers is going to be missed, and it's going to be another part of South Mountain that's not going to be at our school. One thing I have to tell everybody, there's one thing that Ms. Conyers does not do well, and that's park. Because every morning she would park across the lines and she was always somehow diagonal, and I would tease her every day. And 2 weeks ago, I met her brother, and the first thing I told her brother, I was like, "Who taught your family how to drive?" So I would tease her every day. So I'm going to miss you, Miss Conyers, but I'm going to be happy that we have an extra parking space at school now. But just like Ms. Schaefer-Gallo, just let us know when you get your sub certificate so you can come back and sub at South Mountain. But you are truly going to be missed. Mr. Cecina, you want to say a few words?
Can I say it?
Also can say the same thing about Miss Conyers. Always happy, loves being around kids, is hilarious, very personable, and of course, the parking space that she parks in is right next to my car. So while Mr. Mason was making jokes, I was pretty paranoid that she was going to hit me one day. But now I don't have to worry about it. But Miss Conyers, wish you all the luck in the world. And like I said, I hope to see your face and back at South Mountain with your sub-cert. We'll be looking forward to it.
And Ms. Conyers, would you like to say a few words? I think we have you up on screen.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. First of all, thank you. It was wonderful, wonderful working at South Mountain with all of the various principals. I see Alina there. Yes, I am happy to end my career with Mr. Mason and Mr. Cecilia. It has been truly a wonderful experience. They are kind of correct about the parking, but I'm going to work on that in my retirement. So I enjoyed South Mountain Maplewood, and I hope to have a great second half of my new venture. And I will miss all of my kids. And I do keep in touch with them on LinkedIn. They are doing such wonderful things. It is great to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Conyers, and congratulations. At this time, we will now recess to enjoy some refreshments and celebrate our retirees. And for the board, we are going to go immediately thereafter to an executive session as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss personnel, legal, and miscellaneous confidential matters. No formal action will be taken. Do I have a motion? Order second Gable. Do I have a second? Member Capadia. All in favor, show of hands. All right, we are now going into executive session. The time is 7:36. I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 8:35 PM. The board is now back in public session. Thank you for joining us this evening and for your patience. Our next order of business will be approval of the minutes from the board meeting and executive session from our regular meeting on April 23rd, 2026. Do I have a motion? Board Member Callahan. Do I have a second? Board Member Brown. All in favor, show of hands? Unanimous vote. Thank you. Just for members of the public, I know we do have a number of people signed up for public speaks. We are going to get to that pretty quickly. We do want to prioritize student speaks, so we're going to get to that much sooner in the next couple minutes. But first, I am going to ask that we move for our student update and recognitions from student representatives Strogoff and Shapiro.
Absolutely. So I don't think that we have recognitions tonight, or I wasn't given any. However, I will be talking a little bit more in depth about some of these updates at next week's meeting. But we have kind of expanded our internship program. So we have now an overarching domain that we have up and running, and now it's actually being it's working, called SOMSD Connect. And so basically it is currently linking students to administrators, and it's internship relationships for now. However, I've started to expand this kind of connect theme to, we are starting a Little Big program. So a student in the high school will be linked with a student in the middle school, hopefully with the same interests. And they can kind of be a mentor to the younger student as they go through middle school and get excited about coming to CHS, hopefully. And we also are we're working now on an advisory program. This is in kind of the idea stage, but we're hoping to get volunteers from the public and run kind of small group conversations with high school students to get them thinking about their future. So, yeah.
That's great.
Thank you.
And I believe you may have some late-breaking recognitions.
Okay, so a big congratulations to Delia Bolden elementary students, Winter Nation and Aiden Hines for having their artwork selected for display at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center in Newark during the spring and fall 2026 seasons. Their creative pieces showcased originality, artistic skill, and self-expression while representing the talent growing throughout our district. We are thankful to our teacher, Miss McNally, for helping guide and encourage these young artists. Please join us in congratulating Miss Liping Meng and the Columbia High School Chinese Honor Society for earning first place in the 18th New Jersey Chinese Cultural Project Contest, continuing a remarkable 5-year winning streak in the statewide competition. Through research, presentations, performances, and teamwork, students demonstrated outstanding dedication while strengthening their understanding of language and culture. Please help us congratulate Leslie Baez, Amy Pop, Rich Coltrona, Sarah Facorni, Sarah Haldeman, and Ramis Lawson for being selected as recipients of the Michelle T. Reek Teaching Fellowships through the Achieve Foundation. These educators will spend part of their summer pursuing advanced professional learning opportunities that will strengthen their practice and benefit students throughout the district. We proudly celebrate Ethan Luer, Shimli Zhang, Charlie Fleischer, Lillian Clark, Aravella Espinosa, Yuv Khanna, Claire Seglio, Anushka Pimplaskar, and Aiden Kleinman for helping Columbia High School earn first place in the 2026 New Jersey Chinese Cultural Project Contest. We also recognize Layla Gordon, Robin Nostrand, and Kamelid Alexis for contributing behind the scenes through prop design and project support. Congratulations goes to the Columbia High School DECA chapter for an outstanding first year of competition and leadership development. Competing in marketing, finance, hospitality, and management events, CHS students advanced through both the district and state levels before earning a spot at the DECA International Career Development Conference in Atlanta. Reaching the national stage in the chapter's inaugural year is a remarkable accomplishment that reflects the students' hard work, professionalism, and commitment to excellence. A well-deserved congratulations goes to Nathaniel Eads, Kevin Roth-Deves, Hunter Eggert, and Nora Hershey for earning second place in the New Jersey Chinese Teachers Association Chinese Video Project Contest. Another well-deserved congratulations goes to Columbia High School students Naya Facto, Maria Joseph, August Schumann, Shimli Zhang, Ethan Lewis, Aiden Kleinman, Lillian Clark, and Layla Gordon for their outstanding performances at the Soma Cross Cultural Works AAPI celebration. With dance and music, these students helped bring energy, creativity, and cultural appreciation to a community event and focused on inclusion and connection. We also recognize Ms. Leaping Mung for her guidance and support in helping students share their talents with the broader community.
Thank you so much. You nailed the pronunciations on those. You read that, Cole. It's excellent.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, I will entertain a motion to move up our first public speak specifically for students in the audience. Do I have a motion? Board Member Callahan. Do I have a second? Board Member Kapadia, show of hands. Unanimous? All right. Thank you, students, for coming in person and joining us online this evening. We value public comment at our board meetings, and while we cannot engage in a dialogue with you, we take your comments very seriously, and your input will inform our work. Our comment period is limited to 1 hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We ask that you please begin by stating your name and your town. And first, I'd like to welcome up Jacob Dunbar.
The button right in front there.
Yep.
When it turns
There you go.
red, it's on.
That's right. Good evening, everyone, and congratulations, board, on your recent recognitions at the ECSBA Spring Celebration. My name is Jacob Dunbar, and I am an MMS 7th grader who is proud to represent the Maplewood Middle School Steam Tank team, the Cafe Compost crew. Right now, effective recycling is practically non-existent across our middle schools and high school. With a combined student body of over 3,500 students, that missing infrastructure translates to mountains of unnecessary waste adding up every day, which in turn ends up in landfills. We didn't just notice this problem, we set out to fix it. Our crew successfully implemented recycling in our own cafeteria, and we are working to improve recycling throughout our school. To measure our impact, we launched rigorous student surveys, capturing over 350 responses twice. The data speaks for itself. We saw a 20% spike in student recycling, with 76% of our respondents now actively making an effort to recycle. Our work caught the attention of the state judges in the NJSBA Steam Tank competition. Just yesterday, we presented in the finals as one of the only 20 middle school teams remaining statewide, and we are aiming to make it to the championships this fall, following the tradition of Steam Tank excellence at MMS. But our Steam Tank team can only go so far on our own. To make a lasting impact, we need the district's backing. Tonight, we have 3 direct requests. First, classroom infrastructure. We ask the district to provide dual bin systems in all classrooms so students can easily separate paper from commingled items. Furthermore, we need custodial support to ensure these bins are emptied daily, rather than relying solely on our student team's Friday collections. Second, we need district accountability. We need to ensure that what goes into the recycling bin actually gets recycled. We have discovered that our current waste management company frequently throws our carefully sorted recycling into the exact same truck as the regular trash. Third, policy review. We urge the district to review our waste contracts. We need our current provider to supply separate outdoor dumpsters for proper sorting, or we ask that the district research alternative eco-friendly recycling companies. We are doing our part to change the culture. Now, we ask you to help us fix the system. Thank you.
What Jacob failed to mention is that MMS are 24-25 New Jersey School Board Association Steam Tank State Champions. They won the competition last year.
Okay, next up on the same steam tank topic, we have, and I'm going to apologize because I think I'm going to butcher this name. I think we have Micah. Maybe it's Rogers. Tell me who it is. Mila.
Up with me?
Wow.
Nice. Yeah.
Come on up.
I believe we have a slideshow.
Wow. All right.
No, it's fun now. It's fun now that we're up here. What? What? Yeah, we do. We sent it to someone. It's green. It says
Engine zero. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. Okay. Summarize.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Are we waiting?
They're good. They're going in with like good expectations. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Names first, right? I'm Mila Rogers and
I'm Theo Reed.
from Maplewood.
Yep.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Hello, I'm Mila Rogers.
And I'm Theo Reed.
And we are here representing the 8th grade MMS Steam Tank team, Engine Zero. Can you switch the slide? This school year, we are back with a new campaign and innovation. Our goals include establishing a no idling educational campaign in our school community, designing an idling sensor that alerts drivers when they are idling, and earning certification as a sustainable Jersey school. Next slide. The Steam Tank competition is a contest where teams of students from elementary and middle schools across New Jersey compete against each other to solve real-world problems using science, technology, engineering, art, and math, aka STEAM. Next slide. Last year, as many of you know, we implemented our crossguard device in the streets at MMS, which won us the Steam Tank competition. But a new problem has arisen: idling. In response, we began collecting data to track this issue. Next slide. We also made an announcement in the morning at MMS and put out PSAs on social media. Additionally, we held up signs at morning drop-off that read, "Please don't idle, no idling zone," to encourage drivers not to idle. Next slide. We also made an announcement. Oh, that's the wrong slide. We met with experts such as Julia Summer from the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and Catherine Red, who is the lead chairperson of the SOMA Green Team. These experts help us confirm that widespread anti-idling policies drastically lower carbon footprints and help us claim our anti-idling points to get closer to a sustainable Jersey school certification. Next slide.
Let's just get this. Or no.
We also met with our Steam Tank mentor, Jennifer Steele, who told us that it would be beneficial to implement a dynamic sign message in the morning drop-off. The sign would display the message, "MMS is a no idling zone, please drop and go." We spoke with Mayor Victor DeLuca and Town Engineer Paul Kittner to get the dynamic sign placed on April 6th. We know this is not a permanent solution, so we are in the process of implementing permanent no idling signs around our school.
To say that the sign was successful is really an understatement because, as you can see in the next slide, well, the next slide, it says that before our campaign, idling rates were at 90%. After our campaign started, they were around 60%. And after recording data in April and May, they were below 11% on average.
After the dynamic
which was after the implementation of our signage around our school. On top of the success of our new dynamic sign, we resurveyed 380 students from MMS and found that 70% of students that had previously said they didn't know idling now knew several effects of idling and how it can harm both student health and the environment. So
Next slide.
yeah, next slide. Once again, around this time, we discovered the 3-minute rule, which states that if drivers are idling for 3 minutes, it's like breaking the law in New Jersey. So we created fake tickets that were warnings of violations. And although those were not legally binding, police, starting once the dynamic sign is removed, may give out real tickets to consistent idlers. And
Next slide.
we're gonna have to skip around at the slideshow here, but we're also making a machine, kind of. It's a sensor that detects idling, and that will be a product that would be sold. It costs $32.25 to make, and it uses like some technology that I don't really have time to talk about, but it's really cool.
I think we have a couple extra minutes for you. Is that
Really?
correct? Yeah,
Yes.
okay,
That's
please
okay.
keep going.
All right, I got it. I got it. Okay, so it's an idling sensor that will use an LIS 3DH accelerometer and vibration sensor to detect idling. It's going to be powered by a 3.7 volt lithium ion battery, and it'll give an audible notification when idling has been detected for 60 seconds. And our hope is to make our idling sensor a marketable product that's going to be appealing for users. One model costs $32.25 to make, and we haven't quite settled on what we're going to sell it yet because we don't really know about that much. But we're going to settle on a price too once we have product finished.
Next slide, please.
Here.
Okay. Next slide. That's the materials we're using.
Next slide again.
Next slide.
Yeah. Talk slow. We have time.
I will. Just yesterday, we presented in the regional round of the steam tank competition. We were aiming for back-to-back championships following our cross-guard victory last year. Tonight, we ask that you, the Board of Education, implement formal district-wide idling legislation. We already know this policy works because we've proven it at MMS, but the benefits go far beyond our school walls. We know that the district is actively working towards sustainable Jersey school certification.
We've already finalized the necessary documentation with the Green Team chairperson, Catherine Redd, to claim the anti-idling points for our school this year. District-wide policy would only solidify this progress. Finally, passing this legislation will give our team a competitive edge if we qualify for the upcoming steam tank finals in October, which would be final 3 out of over 650 applicants across New Jersey.
We're
It
already
would put us
top 20.
Yeah, it would put us closer to the $2,500 grand prize that we would reinvest directly into our STEAM program. By enacting district-wide anti-idling regulations, you can protect students' lungs, protect our environment, and support student innovation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you both. So the district is in the midst of uploading our Sustainable New Jersey documents. We should have them on the site within the next couple of weeks. And that green Buick station wagon with the plates that say Soup 1, that is my car you've been ticketing. So I'd appreciate it if you just walked right by it next time. Right, thank you.
Next, we have Chase Barnes.
I also have a presentation. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
Great. I love this. You're going to start a trend. Everyone's going to come with a PowerPoint from now on.
What?
Should be fun. That sounds good. As soon as
yeah.
it's up.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Ooh. We may be at the end of your presentation. We're going to
Yeah.
back it up here. Can you do it in reverse? You just reorder your
I
cards?
don't
No,
know.
hold
I
on.
could try.
No, it's my end. Here we go. We're almost there.
Okay, good.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
go ahead.
Hello, I am a member of the Cafe Compost crew, the 7th grade steam tank, a member of the 7th grade steam tank team, along with Jacob Dunbar. Next slide, please. We noticed a large problem in our cafeteria. It is highly unsustainable. Students put recyclables, compostables, and trash all together in one bin. Next slide, please. This is a short video showing the state of our trash bins before we implemented our recycling program. There's all sorts of waste mixed together. Next slide, please. We noticed that this is a problem at other schools too, and as this is a video of the CHS trash bins, which are not much better. Next slide, please. Yeah. So to learn about potential solutions, we consulted with our school principal, Miss Grinnell, to improve waste management in the cafeteria. We changed our plans based off our recommendations and conducted a student survey to gain data about recycling and composting in our school. We have a multi-step integration plan with composting coming in the 2026-2027 school year. Next slide, please. We also created designs of waste bins, potential waste bins that could be used, which are color-coded to make it easier for students to know what goes in what. We also contacted students at South Orange Middle School. We unfortunately could not get the video in on time. Next slide, please. So we have done social media posts to promote recycling, hung up signs in the cafeteria and in other classrooms. We also posted them in the newsletter that comes out, I think, every week. Next slide. So we learned about an organization called Sustainable Jersey Schools, and which is a organization that gives grants to schools that are within it, and you have to meet some requirements that they have, which are waste management, I think. Next slide, please. So waste reduction and recycling, cafeteria and food waste, and documenting recycling waste, all of which we have done. And we've been focused on getting sustainable Jersey schools as it is very beneficial to be within. Next slide, please. Only what should be recycled, and as shown by surveys.
Will you say that part again?
There's an overall positive change in our recycling, and as shown by the video, although it's kind of hard to tell because it's far away. This is shown by the data. So next slide, please. We talked to our custodians, and we learned that we dropped 2 to 3 trash bags of waste per day. Next slide, please. This is we did 2 student surveys, and there was an 11% increase in students' belief that the cafeteria is sustainable. Next slide. There's a 20% increase in the amount of students who recycled here at MMS. Next slide, please. We learned that 76% of students actively sort their waste into recyclables and non-recyclables at lunch. Next slide, please. We learned that 65% of MMS students have learned from our educational campaign, and we hope to increase this number in the future by expanding it. Next slide, please. So how you can help Board of Education. You can provide us schools with the tools necessary, like recycling bins, dumpsters, and contacting the waste companies in order to properly dispose of it. You can promote and encourage to other schools to follow in our footsteps and establish their own recycling programs. And I know that, and you can support our district with possible grants to help fund our steam tank project. Thank you for viewing our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Layla Rappaport.
Lila, yes? No worries.
Lila
No, I just
Rappaport,
want to make
yes.
sure. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
it's Layla, sorry. That's you.
Yeah.
Hello. My name is Lila Rappaport. I'm from Maplewood, and I'm a junior at CHS, and I'm here to talk about the plumbing in the photography room at the high school. The water in A133, the photography room, has been out since midwinter due to a burst in a pipe, effectively disabling the darkroom. And we've been told that fixing the pipe would require digging through asbestos, so the repair will have to wait till school is out. Um, I've come to ask you to prioritize fixing the water this summer before school begins in September. The darkroom is absolutely vital for the photography department to operate, and if the water is not fixed, film photography students, club members, AP art students, and artists from around the school will be forced to pay to have our film developed at expensive and scarce film shops instead of actually learning the skills to do it ourselves and utilizing the excellent lessons that our exceptionally passionate teacher, Mr. Catrona, offers for free. For months, Mr. Catrona has been having to fill water bottles and carry them back and forth across the school, and spent his own time developing film to keep his classes running, adding to a large list of responsibilities which he always goes above and beyond for. The darkroom is an invaluable resource to our school's photographers who consistently win awards and competitions under the guidance of Mr. Catrona. This year, my friend and classmate, Francie Christensen, won the New Jersey Governor's Award in Arts Education, which is New Jersey's highest honor for student artists. And she did this with help from the darkroom at Columbia. Countless others, including myself, have had our film photos featured in galleries and win awards because of the darkroom. Mr. Catrona and the Columbia Darkroom produce excellent artists who produce excellent art, and the fixing of the darkroom water is essential for this. So we ask you to prioritize the issue of the burst pipe in the photography room at the high school when making plans for school maintenance over the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ellie Timir.
Good evening. My name is Ellie and I'm from Maplewood. I'm here today to address a growing concern within our community, which includes the increasing political polarization that is finding its way into our schools, our public discourse, and our interactions with one another. In recent months, a proposed professional development opportunity for district staff became the subject of significant controversy online. Yet before any administrative official decision had been made, the proposal became the center of a highly charged public debate. My concern tonight is not about the specific destination of that trip, nor is it about taking a position on any international conflict. Rather, it is about how quickly discussions in our community have transformed into sources of outrage, hostility, and division before the facts are known. Too often, social media rewards emotional reactions over careful consideration. Partial information is shared, assumptions are made, and narratives are formed before the full context is available. As a result, conversations that could be productive become adversarial, and opportunities for learning become opportunities for conflict. This trend extends beyond any single issue. Across our community, we are increasingly seeing disagreements framed as battles between opposing sides rather than opportunities to understand differing perspectives. Whether the topic is education, politics, culture, or current events, the immediate response is often to condemn rather than to discuss, to assume bad intentions rather than to seek clarification. That approach is especially troubling within a school district that prides itself on diversity, inclusion, and critical thinking. True inclusion does not mean only welcoming perspectives in which we agree, but also in which we disagree. It means creating an environment where people can engage with difficult subjects, ask questions, and learn from one another without fear of being publicly attacked or dismissed. At the same time, we must acknowledge that political polarization has real consequences for students. When public discourse becomes increasingly hostile, students absorb that hostility. They see adults modeling division instead of dialogue. They learn that disagreement should be met with outrage rather than understanding. Addressing these issues requires education, empathy, and a willingness to listen. It requires us to recognize that complex subjects rarely fit neatly into social media posts or comment sections. Most importantly, it requires us to resist the temptation to turn every disagreement into a public battle. Our district should be a place where students learn how to think, not what to think. It should be a place where difficult conversations can occur without hostility and where diverse perspectives are met with curiosity rather than contempt. I urge the district and community leaders alike to prioritize accuracy over outrage, understanding over assumptions, and conversation over conflict. By doing so, we can ensure that our schools remain places of learning, respect, and genuine inclusion for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. So we will be circling back for the balance of our public speaks at the normal point in the agenda, which should be in just a few more minutes. For now, I am going to turn to the superintendent update.
So just a couple quick staff recognitions. Antonio Fudo, South Orange Middle School. I'd like to recognize Mr. Fuda for his calm and heroic actions during a recent lunch period emergency at the school. While supervising the cafeteria, Mr. Fuda noticed a student showing signs of choking and immediately rushed to help. Realizing the student could not breathe, he quickly performed the Heimlich maneuver and successfully dislodged the obstruction, preventing what could have been a tragic situation. Staff and students also acted quickly to alert the health office, allowing the school nurse to immediately provide follow-up care and support for the student and family. We deeply thank you, Antonio, for not only being a wonderful staff member, but also stepping up during a very difficult time. Thank you, Antonio. I'd like to recognize Emily Vite, Columbia High School. We want to recognize her energy, encouragement, and creativity she brings to students at CHS every single day. Beyond the classroom, Emily volunteers her time to support both the Music Studio Club and Music Industry Club, the student-led groups organizing this month's annual Beat Fest concert. Whether students are recording music for the first time, performing live, or learning how to collaborate creatively, Emily has helped build a space where students feel supported enough to try something big. If you've read a recent article, I believe it was the Village Green, impact can be seen in the story of Columbia High School junior Andrew Pellegrino, who recently released his first self-produced album, At My Piano, onto streaming platforms after more than a year of work with classmates, friends, and mentors at CHS. Andrew credited Emily for helping him believe in himself as an artist, saying, "Miss Vita has been inspirational to me. She made me feel comfortable enough to do something big, like make an album." So big thanks to Emily for her work. By the way, it is a great album. It is on all streaming sites. Our newest doctors, I want to recognize quickly. We are so proud of them. We congratulate Dr. Lynn Irby Hill, Dr. Telia Bennett, Dr. Candace Stewart, and Dr. Keisha Knight on earning their doctoral degrees. Their lifelong learning represents strong knowledge of educational pedagogy at SOMS and CHS. Big round of applause for those four. I know they were hard. Want to quickly revisit the budget and some of the things we were talking about before the budget was approved, and also thank the community, our board members and educators for working tirelessly to get an extremely difficult budget balanced. Since September 2024, we have worked thoughtfully and intentionally to shield students and classrooms from the impact of the anticipated statewide fiscal cliff. Recognizing early on that the potential financial challenges ahead, we took proactive steps to absorb budget shortfalls internally rather than passing those impacts on to students, families, or instructional programs. To preserve the integrity of the classroom experience, we made the strategic decision to prioritize staffing attrition as a primary cost savings measure. This meant carefully evaluating all vacancies resulting from retirements and resignations, and where feasible, leaving those positions unfilled or maximizing the use of internal transfers, aligning existing staff to areas of greatest need rather than relying on external hiring. That work last year saved the district over $4.5 million. Through these combined efforts, we were able to avoid monetary obligations and payroll while maintaining continuity instruction and support for students. These decisions were guided by a clear priority, keeping resources as close to the classroom as possible while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Looking ahead to the upcoming budget cycles, we find ourselves at a difficult crossroads. For many years, we've relied on short-term fixes and emergency funds to keep things running smoothly, but we have reached our limit of what those reserves can do and what budget freezes starting in October can do. Please know that we see you, we value your contributions, and our priority remains focused on navigating these transitions with respect, transparency, and care that every member of our team deserves. We are committed to supporting those affected during this difficult time. We also strongly encourage our community members to reach out to local assemblymen, their local representatives around the current state funding formula and a change that is badly needed for districts such as ours and districts that you are now seeing in the news on a regular basis, including Many are very close neighbors. Part of this work also had to deal with RIFs, reductions in force. So just very quickly, a little background on RIFs. I've been receiving some emails just for clarification. Generally, all employees are subject to reduction in force, although there are some slight differences depending upon the type of employee involved. Note that certified staff members have seniority both by statute and administrative code. Neither statute nor the administrative code requires the chief school administrator recommendation for a RIF. Certified staff members. While certified staff members can be RIF'd, they have statutory and administrative code seniority rights under NJSA 18A 28-12 and NJAC 6A 32-51. Thus, the certified staff member with the lowest seniority is the one who would be RIF'd first, followed by the one with the next lowest seniority, and so forth. Situations in which a teacher holds one or more endorsements are very fact-specific and require an extensive investigation of the teacher's specific endorsement and years of service in such a specific title. Once a certified staff is RIF'd, the staff member is placed on a preferred eligibility list for recall in order of seniority. This certified staff member remains on this recall list for an indefinite period of time, essentially until he or she is returned to a position in another district or removed from the list for some other reason. I quickly want to address some of the emails that we've been receiving as a board in reference to a recent trip funded by an organization to Israel. So with regard to the matter of staff trips planned to Israel, the district has not sponsored, funded, or endorsed any such trips. Several of our staff members have accepted educational training opportunities on a personal basis and plan to take personal days during that time. While the district has not endorsed those trips, neither are we in any position to forbid the actions of our employees in their personal capacities. Moreover, administrators and teachers are highly educated professionals who possess the judgment and critical thinking skills necessary to thoughtfully engage with diverse perspectives and educational experiences. We trust them to engage with diverse perspectives without being captured by any single narrative. If you ever have a concern that a classroom presentation lacks the balanced perspective required for independent student thought, please reach out to your child's school. Maintaining this balance is a collaborative effort between our dedicated staff and our community. Finally, as we approach the close of this school year, we want to reflect on a year of growth, resilience, and meaningful progress across the South Orange Maplewood School District. While there is still important work ahead, none of this would be possible without the continued support and partnership of our community, staff and families, and board. Together, we remain committed to finishing the year strong and building an even brighter future for our students. Quick notice, all emergency snow days have been utilized for the school year, and schools will now remain open on a regular schedule. The only remaining district closure will be in observance of Memorial Day on May 25th. Do want to shout out the Columbia High School robotics team recently competed, as noted, at the first championship in Houston, where they had the opportunity to collaborate with teams from around the world. The team delivered a strong performance, winning 50% of their matches and earning an award for their robot. Notably, 6 of the 8 New Jersey teams in attendance received awards, including Columbia, an impressive accomplishment for our students and programs. Congratulations to Sophia Khan and Lola Foster on being recognized as Essex County valedictorian and salutatorium honorees. This prestigious recognition highlights their outstanding academic achievements, leadership, and dedication throughout their high school careers. Both students have demonstrated exceptional commitment to excellence inside and outside of the classroom, earning the admiration of their peers, teachers, and the broader school community. Their accomplishments are a reflection of their hard work, perseverance, and the positive impact they have made at the Columbia High School and within the South Orange Maplewood School District. Big congratulations to them both. We also want to extend sincere gratitude to Cougar Cares for their continued generosity and ongoing support of our students and families. Cougar Cares once again donated snacks and supplies for this year's extended school year and summer Jubilee programs, continuing a tradition of giving that has positively impacted our school community in the past years as well. Their thoughtful contributions help create a welcoming, engaging, and supportive summer learning environment for students and staff. They do a lot of work behind the scenes. They don't get enough recognition, so I truly want to shout out Cougar Cares. We truly appreciate all of their work. And finally, we want to shout out the Columbia High School Cougar Girls Softball team that made it to the Essex County Softball Tournament Championship match. Our girls showed great grit and sportsmanship as they narrowly lost a close game 1-0 to one of the most powerful teams in the state, Mount St. Dominic Academy. We are so very proud of them. They are about to start the state tournament, so we wish them all the luck in the world. We also have to acknowledge Claire Shoup, who is now the all-time hits leader in Columbia High School girls softball history, and she will also be attending Boston University and playing for the Division I Terriers.
Any questions? Okay. My board president update. First of all, I was concerned you were not going to get to that last piece. That game, the championship game on Saturday night and the semi-final game on Friday night were both stunning. And as someone who spends about 4 nights a week watching 10U Little League, the level of play there, holy smokes. And this year, although they did not win the championship, this is the first time since 1979 that they made it to the championship. So it was a huge accomplishment and it was a great vibe there.
And I dare say the support for our girls outnumbered the other team, I would say 2-1.
At least 2-1.
Yeah.
Among adults and among our students.
Yeah, students came out, our parents came out, our community came out to support these girls. 2 Division I pitchers going at it. And we just wanted to shout out because she got the record during the game, and obviously with the loss there, they weren't as happy as they should have been because they worked as hard. The effort was unbelievable, but we wanted to make sure that that was recognized, that she is now the all-time hit leader in the school's history.
Yeah. Okay, so a few things. The only thing that anyone wanted to talk to me about at that game was Ritzer Field. So we are, the board has been looking in committee at the ongoing plans for the development of Ritzer Field as part of the bond project that has been contemplated for a little while now, in addition to our auditoriums. And we are hoping that in committee and through our professionals that we're going to have a completed plan to bring forward and discuss on the board to try to move forward and maybe stop talking every month about that program, but try to find a path forward there. So hold tight. We're hoping to have more on that soon. The board had a busy month so far. In fact, last week we had a number of things. On the 11th, we had our 3rd and final strategic planning session, which was very well attended. It was a terrific opportunity for a lot of community folks to look at the work that's been done in the prior strategic planning sessions and make a number of goals for what we would like to see in the next 5 years, picturing if we achieved all that we want to do, what would things look like? What would the newspaper story say? And so we identified a lot of pieces of what it is that we want to see achieved. That's going back to district staff, and we're hoping that is going to turn into an actual strategic plan to be unveiled in the next few months, which is going to guide the development of our 26-27 district goals and board goals. So we are thankful to NJSBA for their support and guidance in that. On the 13th, a few of us, 4 board members, were lucky to go to the Essex County School Board Association meeting to receive honor. As mentioned at a prior meeting, we have received a board certification, which demonstrates progress on a number of different domains as far as compliance with both state requirements and some best practices, and the training that board members over the past 4 years in board-wide contexts have engaged in. So that was a great achievement for this board and for the prior boards that led up to it. And it was a good time. Myself, board members Callahan, Sackett, Gable, and Higgins got to attend that and be honored. And board members Callahan and myself also received acknowledgement for the individual new board member certification. Then on the 16th, board member Bennett and I took a road trip down to the Mercer County Community College, where the NJSBA's delegate assembly took place, and they took up, I believe, 6 different proposed changes to the NJSBA policy manual, including one that was proposed by the South Orange Maplewood School District and was championed by board member Bennett to adopt a policy that the School Board Association would advocate for the use of ranked choice voting in school board elections, which we think would be a great progressive movement forward, not as a requirement, but as an option, and could lower the temperature in school board elections in towns like ours, where we do have a number of people who want to jump into the race. Unfortunately, that did lose by a very narrow margin, so it's not part of their policy book at this point. However, there are still bills pending in the legislature, including our own assembly person, Chikozier, who is championing one of these bills. So we didn't win, but we moved the ball forward. And last, we have on our agenda a healthcare resolution, Resolution 4981, which is urging relief from the state from rising public school employee healthcare costs. That was one of the single biggest drivers in our budget increases and tax increases this year. And it is clear that this is not something that any board or any local set of taxpayers can fix. We need to have state help. And so we will be taking that up this evening to make a plea to our state and federal lawmakers to step in and sort this out. Any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, we're going to jump back into our hearings of individuals and delegations. So thank you again for coming in person and joining us online this evening. Again, we value public comment at our board meetings. And while we can't engage in a dialogue with you, we do take your comments very seriously, and your input will inform our work. Our comment period is limited to 1 hour. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We ask that you begin by stating your name and your town, and I will have that list momentarily. But whoever signed up first, you know who you are. Be ready. And our first is Lilia Schro, and I'm butchering that, and I'm so sorry because
Thank you
your
so
daughter
much.
is
I
amazing on our
appreciate
board.
it.
So
Thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Lila Strogoff, and I am the mother of 2 students in this district. I identify as both a Christian and a Jew, and in fact, the Christian side of my family saved the Jewish side during the Holocaust. I moved to South Orange because I believe in this community and what it stands for: diversity, inclusion, and honest dialogue, and I will always believe in that. I have stood alongside friends of all backgrounds at countless events supporting causes from the Newark Conservancy to Harlem Children's Zone to my own foundation that supports college kids needing full rides to go to school. And I recently attended a Freedom Seder celebrating the shared history of Black and Jewish liberation. It was a beautiful evening of solidarity across faiths and races. The Black experience in America carries its own profound weight, entirely distinct from Jewish suffering and Palestinian suffering. And I am here to say that all deserve to be honored fully and, most importantly, without competition. I say this so that you understand where I'm coming from when I raise a concern tonight. There is a Facebook group in our community called Soma Justice that is private. It is separate from the public group, and it allows, encourages, and I would say even baits unspeakable things to be said about Jewish people in our town. I have been blocked from that group. I know many Jewish residents and allies who have also been blocked, specifically after raising counter arguments or pushback. What remains by design is a space where one narrative about Jewish people goes unchallenged and where Zionism is painted as a dirty word. I'm asking this board to be aware of the climate that is being created. This affects our town, it affects our students, and it affects families who sit at these schools every day. There is a problem when a communications professor, someone who has literally written about how repeated negative framing of one group causes real community harm, uses those same mechanics against Jewish residents of South Orange and Maplewood. That said, I want to end with something more than a concern. I want to end with a vision, because I do not believe division is the destiny of our community. I sit at tables where Black, white, Asian, Latino, Muslim, Jewish, and Christian people break bread. We share each other's wounds. I've seen what happens when people choose to lead with humanity and compassion and with questions instead of with firm answers when there are none. I know that this is possible, and I know that our children deserve to inherit that. Pain shared across difference should not diminish anyone. It should multiply our capacity for compassion. And it is in this spirit, not in anger, not in fear, but in love for this place and the people in it, that I ask the board to take seriously what is happening and to help lead our children towards one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tara Jacqueline.
My name is Tara, and I am a mother of Jewish children in South Orange. I love this community. I chose it deliberately, and tonight I want to be honest about something that has been weighing heavily on me, which is there's a Facebook group operating in South Orange and Maplewood called Soma Justice. It regularly publishes content characterizing Jewish community organizations and Jewish people as propaganda machines, describing Israel in terms designed to provoke maximum outrage and framing Jewish institutional life in our area as something sinister and suspect. My older child has read these posts. I hope you can understand what it feels like as a Jewish mother to watch that content spread through your town's social media feeds, shared, amplified, commented on, while voices that push back are quietly removed from the conversation. When one side is systematically silenced, it's not dialogue. My children go to school with the children of people who read and share this content. My children's teachers live in this town, and I have to wonder whether the climate cultivated online stays outside the school doors or whether it walks right in with everyone on Monday morning. I'm not asking this board to police speech. I only think Jewish parents deserve to be heard, and Jewish children deserve to feel as safe and as seen as any other child in this district. I don't know why that sentiment should feel controversial sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Marie Paul Florestal.
Good evening, board. My name is Marie Paul Florestal. I am from Local 68. I represent the paraprofessionals working at the South Orange Maplewood School District. I know that the district doesn't want to recognize the paras as a bargaining unit, but there are, and this is a union shop. South Orange Maplewood School District decision to reduce paraprofessional hours while lowering the qualification for these positions to only a high school diploma is deeply concerning. This approach undermines the quality of support students deserve and places cost cutting ahead of educational excellence. Our students deserve better, and our paraprofessionals deserve respect, fair treatment, and the resources necessary to provide meaningful support in the classroom. Weakening standards and reducing hours will inevitably impact the level of care and attention students receive in the classroom. I've seen it because I negotiate contract in different districts, and I've seen when you reduce the qualification and the result. Balancing the budget on the back of some of the lowest paid employee is not a responsible solution. It sends the wrong message to staff, parents, and the community about the district commitment to quality education. Residents of South Orange and Maplewood already paying significant property taxes and should expect the district to invest in qualified professionals who can properly support a student success. And I'm talking from experience. I've seen what happens when lower quality into a high school diploma. And I've seen it. And I'm just letting you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Meredith Dragon.
Good evening, Meredith Dragon. I'm the CEO of the Jewish Federation of Greater Metro West, and I live in Morris Plains. And before I share my thoughts with you, I really just want to commend everybody tonight. It was really beautiful being here for the teacher recognition, and the students, it was such a highlight to see them present. It really is far better and more important than anything that our adults have to say, and they were just outstanding. But I am here tonight because of what is being portrayed on the Soma Justice social media. We've heard a little bit about, and I believe that an important line is being crossed, and one that should concern everyone, regardless of where you stand on political policy in the Middle East. The Jewish Federation has been a topic of conversation significantly on this site, and is being portrayed as a political lobbying organization and a propaganda machine. And I want to share with you that characterization is simply untrue. The Federation is a community service organization, and every day we support seniors, we feed families in need, we provide mental health services, respond to disasters, combat hate in all forms. We support education, strengthen civic life across the broader community, Jewish and non-Jewish alike, and our mission is humanitarian, educational, and communal. And like many nonprofit organizations, Federation also sponsors educational travel opportunities, as we've heard about. The purpose of these trips is not political indoctrination. It's exposure, learning, dialogue, and understanding. And what is deeply troubling is that the growing suggestion that educators should be prohibited from participating in these opportunities simply because they involve Israel or because they are sponsored by a Jewish organization, as our superintendent so eloquently mentioned earlier, and I appreciated your comments. I agree with you that teachers are trusted professionals, and I am the daughter of actually a public school teacher and a college dean of education, and I grew up in a home that really supported public education. We do not assume that teachers lose their judgment because they attend a conference, travel abroad, or participate in a cultural exchange. And we trust educators to think critically, engage thoughtfully, and bring broader perspective back to their classrooms. This, in fact, is what learning and education is about. We should ask ourselves honestly, would there be this level of outrage and really negative discourse if a church group, a cultural organization, or another ethnic community sponsored educational travel? Or is Israel, and by extension, the Jewish communal institution connected to Israel, being uniquely singled out? People are free to disagree about Israeli government policy. In fact, many within the Jewish community do. but disagreement with the government should never become justification for excluding Jewish organizations from civic and educational life. Public education should expose people to complexity and not shield them from it. It should encourage dialogue and not ideological gatekeeping. If we start deciding which educational opportunities are acceptable based on political activism or social pressure, we move away from pluralism and towards censorship. Like I said, I appreciate the openness the district has for inclusion, intellectual curiosity, and respect for diverse perspectives, including Jewish perspectives. And I urge this board and the community to reject efforts to delegitimize federation and to affirm the principle that educational engagement should be built on understanding and not be restricted by a political litmus test. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lydia Scherzer.
Good evening. My name is Linda Scherzer. I am Director of the Government Affairs and Community Relations Building Wing of the Jewish Federation of Greater Metro West. And like my CEO before me, I have come tonight to talk about these Facebook posts as well as the mission of these educational trips to Israel that we sponsor. So earlier in my professional career, I was a Mideast correspondent for CNN. For 8 years, I covered the Israel-Palestinian conflict, reporting from Gaza and the West Bank. And I know from experience on the front lines the tragedy and complexity of this story. For that reason, following the Hamas invasion of Israel on October 7th, 2023, I raised the idea of bringing educators and legislators to the region, a decision that was supported by my federation's CEO and the Board of Trustees. Despite ugly accusations on social media, this was not an attempt to indoctrinate, but to educate. To give educators here in New Jersey with little understanding of a conflict 3,000 miles away, the chance to speak to firsthand sources, to ask tough questions, to use their critical thinking skills, exactly what we ask of our children, our students in their classrooms, in order to form opinions based on experiential learning, not from TikTok. Where do we take these educators, you may ask? The answer may surprise you. We brought them to meet with Israeli and Palestinian thought leaders. We took them to Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Museum, to learn the true meaning of a genocide. They toured the old city of Jerusalem, learning the history of an ancient city that is sacred to 3 religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. And in what was probably the highlight of the trip, we took educators to the hand-in-hand school where Jewish and Arab students learn together, where Jewish and Arab teachers teach together, building social bonds, engaging in respectful civil discourse, modeling what it means for Jews and Arabs to talk to each other and live together. All we asked for in return was for educators to embrace complexity, to be open to the idea that there is humanity and trauma on both sides of this conflict, that the history of this region can't easily be collapsed into a framework of contemporary social justice and human rights, that we keep politics out of the classroom, and above all, that we talk to each other, that we learn from each other, and be open to the idea that no one has a monopoly on truth. I am proud to represent an organization that facilitated this experience and know that all those educators who joined will say unequivocally that their understanding of this story has been deepened and enriched. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Sherry Langberg.
Thank you. My name is Sherry. I'm the mother of a 14-year-old in South Orange. I want to start by telling you the story of a couple I met recently, Irakli and Marina. They're Ukrainian refugees who fled war with their 3 children and came to America trying to rebuild their lives. After arriving here, the person who sponsored them passed away. They needed job stability, language support, and a path forward. And the JVS stepped in to help them. Every year, JBS helps thousands of people across northern New Jersey through refugee assistance, employee services, ESL programs, disability service support, senior services, career training. Many of the people are not Jewish. What many people in this room don't realize is JVS stands for Jewish Vocational Service and is supported and closely affiliated with the United Jewish Federation. The UJA, which is in question, helps fund food insecurity programs, mental health support, refugee settlement, disability services, youth programs, and they support the vulnerable families throughout the community for people of all backgrounds and religions. And none of this is funded by taxpayer dollars. These are charitable donations from people trying to help. I know because my parents came and were refugees. They saved my parents. That matters because tonight people are talking about any organization connected to Israel and Jewish people as though somehow they are dangerous and inappropriate for our schools or our community to engage with. As Jews, it is in our mandate to help other people. And honestly, I keep asking myself, where is all this hatred coming from? I love people. I love humanity. I truly do not understand why so many people today seem to live with so much anger and hatred disguised as social justice. There is so much misinformation and anger right now, and that is exactly why these educational trips matter, because real understanding comes from firsthand experience, conversation, and human connection. And as a parent, I need to say this plainly. We have seen in classrooms where hijabs are handed out during cultural activities. Jewish Heritage Month is completely ignored. Swastikas are painted on bathroom walls. Students walk into libraries and see pro-Palestinian materials with no balancing perspective. It cannot go both ways. Jewish organizations cannot be treated with suspicion for the good that they do, while hatred toward Jewish people and families in our town is ignored or minimized. You cannot celebrate inclusion, empathy, and cultural understanding for every group except Jewish people. And heartbreakingly, I have to say that my son no longer wants to remain in this district. As a family, we've decided to send him to Catholic school next year because he does not feel safe here. At the end of the day, we need more conversation, more humanity, more education, no more division. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lauren Rutkin.
Hi, I'm Lauren Rutkin. I've lived here 20 years. I live in Maplewood. I have 3 kids, all who are 2 in the district, and 1 has graduated and is at the University of Maryland. I have to admit, today, what's gone on in this town really got to me, and I couldn't believe it. I work full-time, and I had to take a nap. I feel like embarrassed to say that, but I was so disheartened and exhausted by waking up at 4:30 in the morning dysfunctionally to check social media on some of the things that have been going on. I literally took a nap. So I decided to come tonight. 20 years ago, I didn't need reading glasses either. Last week, a Facebook campaign emerged aimed at discrediting and spreading misinformation about trips that were offered teachers to go to visit Israel. The situation escalated so rapidly and devolved into spaces filled with vitriol and hatred. This type of discourse has unfortunately become commonplace in our district. This is just one example of the lack of civic engagement around this issue in our town. Personally, I have felt the rise of anti-Semitism, which seems to have become completely acceptable and even fashionable. I raised the issue of trips as just one example. Since October 7th, I have traveled to Israel 4 times. Each of these trips have included meaningful yet very difficult conversations and visits to places that foster shared society, opportunities on the ground for real critical thinking. I question whether those most vocally opposed in our town and against trips like this have ever visited Israel, the West Bank, or Gaza. I have been to all 3, including Gaza. Of course, these visits can be challenging and difficult and painful, yet they offer nuanced understanding of the realities on the ground. In January, I participated in a gathering of Jews, Muslims, Christians, and Palestinians in Israel on the border of East and West Jerusalem. We felt in ways we are all broken, yet in that moment, our differences didn't break us. What brought us together was what we had in common, and a similar experience at the Black Jewish Freedom Seder 2 weeks ago. I challenge our community to have these conversations. I have tried in that context, in our own high school, to meet and talk to other groups of parents who feel differently than I do. In the past, they did not want to have these conversations unless we agreed to significant preconditions in place. This type of unwillingness to listen to each other's perspectives trickles down to our children, just like the student speaker said. Because I am Jewish, it is often assumed that I support every policy of the government of Israel. This assumption is misguided, just as being American does not mean I am aligned with every view of our president. Yet I feel that Jews continue to be subjected to unfair standards. These debates and controversies consume valuable time while pressing needs within our own schools remain unaddressed. So please, can we pause like we tell our children? I have an open invitation for coffee. I would love to talk. Today in class, a student used the word Zionist in a derogatory context in our own high school as a reaction to something they had seen online. We may not all agree on these critical issues, but can there be a space to potentially have these difficult conversations? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Lauren Levy.
Hi, I'm Lauren Levy. I have 2 children in South Orange Middle School, and I live in South Orange. I just want to follow up with what everyone else is saying. I am a member of this community, and I am deeply concerned about what our students are seeing and absorbing from the adults around them. Children in our schools know what is happening in this community. They hear the rhetoric online. They see the hostility. They watch adults publicly shame and stereotype people over Israel and Palestine. Jewish students are watching adults dismiss identities and experiences connected to Israel, while other students are learning that disagreement should be met with exclusion instead of empathy and conversation. That has real consequences. It creates fear, silence, and division inside our schools and friendships. It teaches students that some identities deserve less understanding than others. There are people in Soma who care deeply about Palestinians, and there are people who care deeply about Israelis. Many families here, including Jewish families like mine, carry truthful and overlapping narratives about this war because we have real loved ones and real pain connected to it in Israel. What is happening in our community right now is not dialogue, it's division. A major voice shaping this environment has come from certain justice-oriented groups and community activists who have repeatedly created a hostile atmosphere for people who do not fully align with their views on Israel and Palestine. I know this personally. I have been blocked, publicly dismissed, called a racist, and shut out of conversations that could have been constructive and respectful. We have seen statements and rhetoric that make people feel unwelcome in spaces that claim to value inclusion and respect. Supporting the existence of Israel does not make anyone anti-Palestinian. Wanting dignity and safety for Palestinians does not make anyone anti-Semitic. Most people in this community understand that suffering exists on all sides. But when influential voices encourage hostility and ridicule, it poisons the environment for everyone. People here are already hurting enough. Many are carrying fear, grief, and trauma. We should be finding ways to hold space for one another and not tearing each other apart. This community deserves better. If we truly care about justice, then we must also care about how we treat each other right here at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Harrington.
Hello, good evening. My name is Heather Harrington, and I have a daughter who's at CHS, a sophomore. I'm here tonight because I found out that the AP studio art teacher is being fired. My daughter is an artist, and we have a close friend who knew about my daughter's interest and told us all about this teacher. What an impact she had on her daughter. Her daughter is currently at the Rhode Island School of Design. Very difficult school to get in. We also have another friend with a son at Cooper Union who also just gushed about this teacher. AP Studio Art is a very important class for a student who wants to pursue art. This is the year that they get their portfolio together, which then they apply to colleges. This teacher has been the sole studio art teacher for 4 years. She, in 2024, was recognized for her efforts. I know that there are other teachers who are certified, but they have not taught this class. At this level, it is important to have a teacher who knows what she's doing. I cannot understand. I knew that there was going to be one art teacher and one English teacher from CHS that was going to be fired. I thought, it's not going to be the studio art teacher. No, they can't do that. That shows me where the priorities are. I thought that our school prioritized the arts, that we saw the whole student. I'm shaking because I devoted my life to the arts. I came here nothing prepared. I just couldn't believe this was going to happen. That's the teacher that we get rid of? One who is an asset to our district, to our students. What are we doing to our students? What are we doing to the ones who want to pursue art? We're taking away their studio art teacher. I don't know who you're going to have teach it, but it's not going to be this teacher. I was so upset when I found out about this. I wish you could talk to the parents of children who had her as a teacher. There's no time now, but I hope you can just step back. We're doing such a deep disservice. We have a shortage of teachers. When we have such an amazing teacher, we shouldn't be firing her. We should be trying to keep her. We owe it to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person public speaks. We do have, I believe, one online public speaks. Amelia S. Is that person online? No, unfortunately not. Okay, that then concludes our first hearing of individuals and delegations. We'll now move on to committee reports. This is discussion and committee reports, and I believe Board Member Bennett, as delegate to the DA, I think you have a brief readout. I may have stolen your thunder a bit. I apologize for that. Right. Okay. No, yeah. Take a second.
Could someone else go first?
Happily. Okay. Why don't we go, Board Member Nair, if you want to report out on FFT?
Okay, so the FFT committee met 2 times in May. We met first on May 13th, and that committee discussion was attended by all members of the FFT committee on the board, as well as Superintendent Bing, a representative from Spiesel Architects, as well as CME Associates, who's the engineer on the RITSA project. The topic and the agenda for that meeting was an update on the status of the RITSA Field project. We started with Mr. Bing asking for an update on the LRFP from 2019 and asking for a update on the work done so far, the projects that were identified in the LRFP and were finally funded, projects that had cost overruns, and projects that are still underway within the LRFP. He also asked for a reconciliation of the bond proceeds used to fund the various projects within the LRFP. The Spiesel Architects said they would be providing that update in the next FFT meeting. Next, we discussed the district's proposed plan for RITSA Field, which is D2, and we talked a little bit about certain design aspects of that plan. But specifically, we talked a little bit about signage, entrance, the design around the entrance, seating, a rain garden area, the preservation of trees along Valley Street, potentially having a green screen so traffic and cars are not distracted by activities going on Ritzer Field. We also discussed areas of the field that would remain grass and what uses that would have going forward. The committee also asked for a detailed update on the playability analysis that includes current usage of fields across the district, as well as the future usage and playability based on Plan D2. Then we talked a little bit about the stormwater drainage considerations, and we had a discussion around the current pipe that runs under Ritzer Field and the need to potentially upsize that pipe, given that the Plan D2 will have 3 different stormwater basins, and the current pipe does not have the capacity to drain all the stormwater that comes through there under this plan. We also looked at another option, which was a potential bypass as well. Next, we talked about site conditions, and we discussed additional soil testing, an additional toxicology review, and then further things around air quality monitoring and exposure mitigation during construction. Finally, we talked about the timeline for the project, 8 weeks for design, 5 weeks for bidding, and 30 weeks for construction, with the potential start of summer 2027. There were a number of deliverables that the committee asked for, and that will be in the minutes, but it really is around detailed cost analysis, detailed design considerations, and other aspects that I just identified. Any questions on that before I move on to the next committee? Okay, all right. Yeah.
Board Member Stefan.
On the LRFP, I could see all of the projects. What's slowly completed on the on Ritzer, how are we going to get the cost down?
That's a great question. I think the Plan D2 seems to, I think the current budget is about 7.745 million, but that is an estimate and it's based on the current design. We will only know once we do more scoping as to what the actual costs are going to be. We did discuss some alternate design that might reduce the cost of the overall project. That included one multi-purpose field and the rest of the field being grass, and that having only one stormwater basin. So we did discuss that option, but the district is looking to advance D2, is my understanding.
Correct. And currently, and I think it was mentioned earlier, we did receive debt relief from the state of over $1 million, and we did also locate the prior bond funding for the 2019 Ritzer project, I believe, at about 1.8 million. Both could be used to lower that cost of the field.
Yep.
We got to do something to reduce the footprint.
Yeah, I don't think there's been anyone thinking that reducing the stormwater plan would be a good use of cutting the cost of the program. But I do think that, as I recall, part of the discussion in the last board of selectmen meeting was how much would be submitted to the public for a bond. So looking at alternate funding that can be contributed to it is definitely part of it. So I think I think discussions have included what the correct responsible cost of it would be to not undercut a plan and have something that would either go up later on during building or would produce a product that was not what the district needed.
I also think the estimates that were provided previously on the various plans have cost estimates, and there were other plans that were less expensive for a variety of reasons. It's less complex and doesn't require this level of underground stormwater drainage basins and things like that. So that is something that if that's a consideration to reduce cost, and that's a request from the POSC, that we should be looking at that as well.
Yeah. Board
Hey.
Member Brown.
Yeah, thank you. We can continue to have these conversations. I actually think the district has done an excellent job, to board member or board president Meyer's point of, we had last summer estimates that we presented to the BOSE. They were okay with those costs. Since that time, the district continued to listen to the community, continued to refine costs, continued to work to ensure that we had the proper drainage, that we were taking care of the trees, that we were doing lighting properly. And I think we are having a conservative estimate because we are planning for overage. On top of that, with the state aid and the use of leftover bond funds, which were for Ritzer, we are coming in at the same numbers we were last summer when the BOEs approved the project verbally. And I think this is a little bit of a premature discussion, because what we need to put out to the public is, what is the cost burden to them? How is this going to increase their taxes, which I believe the district is preparing and will provide to all of us.
Some of the things we're working on right now, and when we met with BOCES, it was very helpful. I don't want to speak for everybody here, but I thought points brought up are very helpful. We took those points, we made the checklist. We want to make sure that we're addressing all those points. At that time, I don't think we had the debt relief as of yet, those numbers. We only had what we had remaining from the last project. So I think those two combined significantly reduced that 7.7 to a doable number if we're looking back at what was requested from our South Orange mayor, if I'm correct, in regards to numbers. And I think we just forwarded a draft of what the tax impact could look like. Frank is doing a little more work on that, so I want to make sure we solidify those numbers for everybody before we make them public. And I do want to note, because I don't want to forget, we have a subcommittee that is working on innovative funding, not only for this project, but for the needs really across the district. I think you're going to see more. I think we're going to be a trailblazer in that area. I think you're going to see more and more districts following in these steps, because I just don't see school districts being able to continue this vicious budget cycle every year that we're reading about in the headlines. So I think we've got some wonderful community members, some wonderful alumni that will lend a pretty big hand to this project, the Ritzer project, as well as other projects across the district.
Okay, and then,
Sorry, yeah, Board Member Kapadian.
Yeah, I just want to remind and also reiterate that when we're thinking about cost cutting or whatever it might be to get to this project being done, I think the district has done a wonderful job of actually trying to put in all-in costs, including contingency, maintenance, long view. Because what we've seen in previous projects around the town is you do cost-cutting short-term measures and only for long-term pain, and you're just revisiting it again. So I think it's imperative for this group and for whatever we present to the community and for our district and for our students, this does have the right long view and not having to repeat this again in a couple years because we cut corners or we did some short-term vision here. So I'd rather have the upfront, I'd rather have the full view, all contingencies, maintenance that does not impact our operating costs, because we know that we cannot maintain those things. Again, you might have it on the short term, but you get the pain on the long run.
We did talk at FFT about making small investments now around additional like soil testing and scoping so that we are not going to run into issues down the road with the cost overruns or unexpected things that come up. So that is something that I know that Frank had brought up as the BA, and he's working with Todd on this with the Spiesel group to make sure that the estimates that were looked at last year are still relevant, and especially as you continue to do design work, that you're kind of keeping up with the cost of what it is today versus what it was last year. So there's more work that's being done and will be presented. So let me move on very quickly to the other FFT meeting that we had. The FFT committee also met on May 19th, attended by all board members representing FFT, as well as Superintendent Bing, Frank Sorvels, and Tiffany Ronau. We discussed a number of different things, definitely a little bit update on Ritzo. We also had a discussion around the potential tax impact analysis. It was very preliminary. And so, you can read a lot of it in the minutes, but basically, the summary is that we did receive approximately 17.5% debt service aid.
Those are estimates.
Those are estimates, correct. No, yeah, that's what I said, estimates. And so certain assumptions were made, and I'm not going to go into the numbers, but there was a preliminary tax analysis that was presented. So we've asked for updated numbers, and we will be looking at that. We also talked a little bit about issuing a bond that includes other projects, because if other projects are included, we could potentially use leftover proceeds from one project towards another, and that's a benefit to the district. Other than that, we talked about a few other things. We talked a little bit about renewing the food service contract, and that specifically we talked about the unit lunch model that's going to be implemented at Columbia High School. This is in conjunction with the new block schedule that's going to be implemented next school year. We talked a little bit about the logistics around that, where the primary area where food will be served, it's the cafeteria, and then that students will be able to be using the gym and wellness areas to sit down and eat. We talked a little bit about the impact of this model on the program, including the expenses and revenues, and ways in which we can offset potential losses in revenue. We also looked at a request for equipment purchase to be prepared to roll this out in the fall. And then we also talked a little bit about ensuring that communications rolled out and that there is a proper operational plan in place before the start of the school year. We also talked a little bit about contracts that went out to bid, and we just had a discussion around some
And I
of
just
the
want to
bids
remind,
that
we
came back.
cannot discuss.
Sure.
Yeah.
You're not,
good,
just
good.
updates on those. And then finally, we also talked about, we had an updated hazardous routes evaluation report that was presented. And so the administration has said that they will be reaching out to impacted families where routes have been deemed safe, and let them know regarding transportation. I'll stop there.
Any other questions, comments? Board Member Higgins.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Oh, okay. The hazardous routes one kind of piqued my interest. Do you feel like there's anything that we need to look at in policy to change to be aligned with that, or is the language still like, I'm not sure what the details are that are going to change, but is that something we should start looking at?
No, what we wanted to do is every 3 years, you really should have your hazardous routes report redone. So we
Mhm.
just wanted to really start that cycle. We were on
Sure.
actually year number 4. So
Okay.
we just wanted him to come back in, especially with all its construction going on. Because every meeting with the police was a new construction, the bike lane. We just wanted a new fresh pair of eyes on it.
And if there's anything that does need to change, that would just go to policy and governance. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Bennett.
Just want to say one thing in reference to the costs for Ritzer. At least some of the money we're spending on that maybe we weren't planning on spending a few months ago is actually to make it a better project, like better drainage. One of the new proposals we looked at actually had a very nice entrance area on the side of the field that's actually closest to Columbia High School. So people can walk up to the field and maybe with a little bit of pride and how nice it looks. So Not everyone will agree that that's worth the money, but I think many people would, that it is an enhancement. So we're getting something for our money.
Thank you. We're going to go back to you, Board Member Bennett, to discuss briefly in your role as our delegate to the Delegate Assembly.
Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't ready before. But
I do want to quickly shout out, Jeffrey, you, and thank you for you and Will going down there, and also thank you for putting that proposal out. I talked to a couple of my colleagues and peers, and they were very proud of what SOMSD put out there.
Well, thank you very much. It was an idea ahead of its time. There's always 2027. Yeah. 6 months ago, I was very proud when the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education became the first board in New Jersey to pass a resolution in favor of any kind of ranked choice voting. I was proud of the board for passing the resolution unanimously, and the public was so supportive. Though our resolution on RCV was very clear that we were only asking for an RCV option and not a mandate for all districts, and I thought I respectfully outlined several of RCV's advantages, the Delegate Assembly on Saturday voted against authorizing the NJSBA to support RCV on a 58-55 vote. The outcome was very disappointing. I admit I was surprised by the antagonism a few other districts had for a resolution that was just an option and wouldn't have affected them if they didn't support it. Even before the NJSBA's introduction of the resolution was complete, board members lined up at the microphone to oppose it. The second person to speak after me actually tried to have the resolution tabled instead of just criticizing it on the merits and then waiting to vote against it. The debate devolved into a thicket of parliamentary maneuvers and explanations about tabling the resolution and then maybe postponing it. More board members who were pro-RCV had to defend the appropriateness of voting itself than the substance of ranked choice voting. The Assembly probably heard more about Robert's Rules of Order than ranked choice voting, and there was no chance to answer questions attendees had about the mechanics of multi-winner RCV or the pending bill in the New Jersey legislature. Throughout this, I was very glad that Will Meyer was there with me because I didn't think people back in South Orange would believe me about how the debate devolved. After some more parliamentary votes about extending debate and then a vote to end debate, the final vote was that very close outcome, 58-55. I was very disappointed by that, but I prefer to see our RCV resolution as an idea ahead of its time and not as an idea that's not meant to be. If you're curious, the South Orange Maplewood Board of Ed could reintroduce an RCV resolution in 2027. Although there are legitimate criticisms to make of RCV and defenses of block vote, I do have to say that I think some structural factors played a role in NJSBA's vote. The Delegate Assembly, by definition, is a group of people who won a board election. Hence, anyone there, someone for whom block vote worked. Thoughtful people who might have had very large constituencies in their communities, but who lost because of block vote's problematic dynamics, wouldn't have been there to support RCV. The NJSBA's Delegate Assembly also votes by one district, one vote, regardless of the huge differences in enrollment that districts have. Hence Newark has literally 1,000 times more students than the smallest districts in New Jersey. The enrollment differences are relevant because larger districts are more likely to have the big field elections where problems of block vote and the benefits of RCV are more manifest. If the NJSBA voted in some population-weighted way, reflecting the different enrollments of member districts, the outcome could have been different. Anyway, I'm sorry not to have better news, but I thank everyone for voting for RCV and for trying this democratizing reform. Perhaps it'll live again another day.
Any questions? Okay, move on to Board Member Callahan, Special Services.
Thank you. Special Services Committee met last night with board members Stefan and Higgins in attendance, along with Ms. Jessa Maria and Superintendent Bing, where we reviewed district and board goals related to special services. The first one related to strengthening academic culture and climate through collaborative learning, where we received initial results of a survey that was administered to special education teachers in our inclusion classrooms using the new inclusion rubric. Efforts to recruit additional feedback will be ongoing, but initial results point to strong alignment with goals for inclusion and accessibility, alongside a clear demand for greater clarity on some of the evaluation standards put forth. Teachers also emphasize that long-term success will require continued explicit professional development and structural support for co-teaching collaboration. In addition, this month on May 18th, the special ed and curriculum and instruction team hosted a parent webinar focused on accommodations and modifications that was attended by almost 50 community members from a range of our schools. Finally, in terms of literacy, Orton Gillingham training has been completed this spring for a cohort of teachers, and anecdotally feedback has been positive, though a survey will also be administered for more formal feedback. We also reviewed, our board goal on budget. As has been discussed within the context of previous discussions around the budget, we did discuss the RFP process as it relates to our paraprofessionals, as well as continued analysis of related services. We continued discussions around additions to our autism classrooms, expansion of the ERI program into middle school. And I did want to note, just in terms of the paraprofessionals, that this, of course, extends through our extended school year. In terms of things we're voting on tonight, tonight you'll notice that both the policy and regulation for Section 504 are on the agenda for, I believe, first and second read respectively. The district did propose a small process change to make meetings more efficient for families. Currently, student identification and eligibility are often discussed in separate meetings. Coordinators gave some feedback, indicated that in some cases those steps could happen in a single meeting if there is enough evaluation information available. Guardrails were proposed and included that it would only occur if a parent or guardian gives written consent and has the opportunity to review all information ahead of time. The goal is to streamline the process while also ensuring that families remain fully informed and involved, and the language is identical in both policy and regulation. Finally, I just want to encourage folks to keep an eye on your email inbox and your social media channels. The district will soon launch the second annual Family Experience Survey for our special education families. We know there's a lot going on. We know there's a lot of surveys, and that end of year fatigue is real, but we value your voice and your feedback so we can stay responsive to the needs of our community, and we look forward to hearing from you on that. Our next meeting is going to be, I think, the 14th. We had to reschedule it in June, the 17th, as we had recognitions moved to the 11th. A full recap of this meeting is available on the website, and I am open for questions if there are any.
Board Member Sackett Cable. Can you borrow someone's mic? Thank you.
Thank you. So not a question, but I just wanted to highlight, I read through your notes about just there seems to be some overall synergy going on between the Special Services Department and the C&I Department, which is fantastic because the students need that collaboration, which is then reflected in the classroom, particularly with PD that was happening, focused on higher level teachers of higher level math classes and tier 1 instruction, the differentiation that can happen there. So I just wanted to point that out, and hopefully we'll see more of that.
Thank you.
All right, I believe the next report we have is Board Member Sackett Cable for curriculum and instruction.
Thanks again. Okay, so the C&I committee met on May 18th with all members present. We had a very productive meeting, and we were also joined by CHS counselor Ms. Hicks and Director of Guidance, Dr. Antone. They gave an overview of all the tremendous programming happening at the high school, in the counseling department specifically. And this and other updates are detailed in the committee minutes online, but to keep the readout concise, I'll share the C&I items that are up for our vote tonight. So last month, we approved the addition of 3 new courses at CHS, Fashion Design 1, 2, and 3, which are all semester classes. The curriculum for these courses are up for approval tonight. Students in these classes, students will explore textile art with an emphasis on basic structure of knit and woven fabrics. They'll read and modify commercial patterns and ultimately create a runway portfolio. Also, we received updates on out of district travel for professional development, and that is up for our approval. This will be a regular practice going forward where we'll get a little bit of insight into these workshops. So there are 2 C&I related. The SIOP, SIOP conference is Title III funded. And its focus is on essential tools to support English learners and multilingual learners with teaching strategies to improve classroom practices. The APSI Business with Personal Finance Workshop is also up for approval now, but will come out of the 26-27 budget. And this workshop is focused on helping AP teachers implement an engaging and student-centered project-based instructional approach in their classrooms. Lastly, Ms. Bodner shared the rationale for 2 new job descriptions we're being asked to vote on. Currently, there is a position for a supervisor of K-8 STEM and another position for a supervisor of 9-12 STEM. These positions are being revised to allow for more consistency across math and science courses broadly, K-12. So the proposal is to have a role for K-12 math supervisor and another one for K-12 science supervisor. Oh, and finally, we do have Regulation 5111 that is up for second read. This is the regulation that details procedures the district follows surrounding registration and enrollment of students. So the next meeting is June 15th at 6:30. Any questions?
Board Member Nair.
Are the supervisor positions new? Or are they just replacing?
They're restructured.
Restructured, okay.
Yeah, so there were 2 supervisor positions before, but they were split.
Okay.
They were STEM, fully STEM, so science and math combined, K-8, and a separate one for 9-12. Now they're going to be K-12 positions, one for science and one for math.
Thank you.
Board Member Brown.
I just wanted to lift up something that was in the notes. I want to applaud Mr. Bing for the focus on collection and analysis of data to really understand where our children are academically. And I also really appreciate the district starting to share more data regularly with the board, including in CNI on where we are with ELA and math and other subjects. And so that was one of the things that we discussed in CNI and is in the CNI notes is just we have some real work to do with our math scores in particular. Specifically, if you watch from 3rd to 8th grade, the number of students that are below grade level grows each year substantially, and particularly students of color, free and reduced lunch students, and special education students are disproportionately represented in the students that are not at grade level. So we discussed this in CNI, and the district has implemented a new math curriculum, which we all know takes time. But in the meantime, I think we want to be purposeful and really think about how we can support these students in the interim, especially to try and lift them up before they reach high school, because that's really when the rigor hits. So I'm just bringing this up to all of us because we are going to be working on board and district goals this summer. And I think we should, to the extent you all think about it, I think focusing on math is one area that we should consider.
Board Member Higgins.
I appreciate the explanation of the supervisor of math and science, K through 12. I also noticed the preschool relief teacher. So I was wondering if you guys had a chance, it's in one of the resolutions. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on that role that's listed.
You know which resolution you're referencing?
4970I. I'm sorry, it's a job description. Approve a job description for preschool relief teacher. Oh, well, my computer just died, so.
That's not one we discussed, but perhaps Mr. Bing has more information.
And if you don't have info now, that's okay. I can always follow up later.
Yeah, that's that. So this particular teacher supports classroom teachers. It's grant funded, not out of our operating
great.
budget. It was one of Leroy's proposals at the start of last year, but he pushed it off till this year, just stuff came up. It's a teacher that will support the classroom teacher and also work collaboratively around making sure preschool is seamless to kindergarten, which is one of the gaps that CNI has been working on that we noticed last year, looking at the data. So this is just the second step of that.
Great. In general, I think kind of to piggyback off of what Board Member Brown was saying around district goals, we do not talk about pre-K enough. And I really would like to center a little bit more time around pre-K because that is our earliest entrance of our kids. And if we can grab them as early as possible, especially our kids that need the most support, and intervene sooner, we're going to see a reduction in behavior issues. We're going to see more inclusion. We're going to see more belonging earlier. So if I can just kind of put that out there too. Sorry, piggybacking.
Board Member Stefan.
The Policy and Governance Committee met on May 6th. In attendance were Mr. Bing, Ms. Jessamaria, Dr. Gilbert, and board members Brown, Higgins, Meyer, and myself. Consistent with our board goals, the committee reviewed the governance handbook. No changes to that handbook are recommended at this time. Up for second read tonight are a number of items related to sexual harassment, Policy and Regulation 3362 and Policy and Regulation 4352 are being abolished, and Policy and Regulation 1552 are being adopted to take their place. We also have up for second read Regulation 5111, which Board Member Sackett Gable just mentioned. Also up for second read is Regulation 2418 on Section 504 that Board Member Callahan described earlier, and similarly up for first read is Policy 2418 on Section 504. I also want to note the committee had a robust discussion on Policy and Regulation 5512 on harassment, intimidation, and bullying, although no changes to the text of those policy and regulation are being recommended at this time. The district is working on standardizing communication to families and is developing a 3-tiered response protocol for communication with parents in the school community when incidents arise.
Just a question on that for clarity of the record, the change in the sexual harassment policies, is there any, to your knowledge, any substantive changes there, or it's just sort of changing where in the policy book it's sitting?
I'm not aware of major substantive changes. We're making the change at the recommendation of our policy vendor, Strauss Esme, and the idea is to consolidate those two separate policies that were for teaching staff and non-teaching staff into a single policy. I also want to note something that was discussed in committee. There's some language in these that are a bit dated and maybe not fully aligned with our district's understanding of gender equality and sexual harassment, but we were advised to not alter that language because it is basically mandated by statute and regulation. And so there's now a bit of language at the front of those, just noting that this policy was basically taken straight from the recommendation of our policy vendor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Board Member Bennett?
I'd be forgiven for saying something at pre-K. Continue on what Board Member Higgins said. I don't think we're at the point yet where like pre-K has become an integral part of the district. Like we want it to be, but it's not yet at that point. And I know pre-K is very different from our K-12 system because we are not even close to providing a pre-K seat to, all 500 kids we have per cohort. Like we have seats for about 410 kids. And unfortunately, since we don't have a seat for everyone, we have to devise an equitable way possible to assign those seats. And, that I think merits some discussion. Also, like we only operate one of our 10 pre-Ks. The other 9 are independently operated and we have some control over it. And we should have some conversations with that. For the next year, students will still be assigned to a pre-K, but there might come some point where actually we want to give some parents some choice so they can drive themselves to a pre-K, because what's ideal for one parent may not be so good for another parent. And some parents may have a lot of flexibility or, for whatever reason, some choice might be prudent. I find like the geography of our pre-Ks doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like they're almost all in eastern or central South Orange Maplewood, and a whole lot of people live on the western side of town. Pre-K, unlike our K-12 system, is still expanding. Like, we have 410 seats now, but in the future we may have hundreds more. So, directing that expansion in the most logical way possible is something like worth discussing. So, I agree with Board Member Hengate that some more discussion is warranted.
Anything else? Board Member Brown.
Just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Board Member Stefan said about our discussion regarding kind of the HIB policy. And I think one of the things that came out of there, which I know the district's aware of and is working on and has hosted town halls, which are on the website, I believe, or will be, is that, there is strict criteria about what it meets the definition of a HIB, but just even if that criteria is not met, that does not mean that the district does not do anything. They follow the code of conduct. And I think that's an important message that the district's just going to continue to communicate to families so that, family feels safe and they feel like if they send their child to school and something happens, that child, there is going to be just some investigation. It might not be a HIB, but there will be actions taken to remedy the situation.
Board Member Callahan.
Thank you. It's like you knew. I barely said anything. Well, I just want to thank the Policy and Governance Committee for having that conversation. I know I did speak to Board Member Stefan ahead of time to surface some of the questions and concerns around both policy and then connected to policy. That policy is a tricky one to touch because it's so related to statute, but talking more deeply about potentially the regulation, which hadn't been updated, I think, since 2018. And I think the district's done such a nice job the past few years of adding things like our MTSS system, which, that doesn't just touch on our academics, but also there is a behavioral side of it. And so I know Superintendent Bing, I've shared this with you too, just figuring out as we move forward to build on what Board Member Brown said, how do our systems like our code of conduct, our MTSS systems, our school culture and climate teams, how does that all kind of like work together and speak to one another so that in the event that something is not a HIB, that it's super clear to both our school teams and parents when these things happen, that something might be unfounded, but there are still actionable ways that our systems speak to one another to make sure that all kids involved and teachers involved have the supports needed to mediate situations effectively, so that we can continue making sure that schools feel safe for all of our kids. And so I'm excited to hear more coming from both our Student and Family Affairs Committee and policy about what that will look like. We know that's been top of mind for the community in different pockets. And so it's exciting to hear that we're able to be responsive in these ways. So I appreciate the work those committees are doing on that. Thank you.
Board Member Sackett Cable.
And just along those lines, I do want to say thank you to the district for offering the HIB training sessions to board members, where we can sign up to for about an hour and a half presentation on HIB and the legalities around it. And a few of us attended together last night, and I found to be very helpful, even though I thought, oh, well, I kind of already know all of this, but I really learned quite a bit. There's a lot of nuance in the language. And so thank you for your team for providing those sessions.
Anything else? Board Member Stefan, go ahead.
Well, while we're on the topic, I do want to also note a few weeks ago, the district also put out a series of town halls directed for families and parents about HIB by, is it Dr. Wabel? And I attended one of those. I thought it was extremely informative. So I just also want to commend the district's work on that.
Does anyone else want to compliment the district?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
That will conclude then the discussion portion of our meeting, and we're going to move on to the action portion of our meeting. We're going to take up a consent agenda this evening covering resolutions 4970 through 4981. That is to say specifically 4970, our personnel monthly resolution, 4971, our substitute resolution, 4972 concerning out-of-district placements, 4973, our financials resolutions A through O, 4974, adoption of curriculum, 4975, New field trips. We have both Six Flags and Disney Springs on here. Just a pretty good time to be a student. Resolution 4976, affirmation of our HIB investigations for the month of April. 4977, which are actions on our second read policies and regulations. 4978, actions on our first read policies and regulations. 4979, the transfer and removal of non-domiciled students. 4980, a confidential settlement agreement. And 4981, our resolution urging relief from rising public school employee healthcare costs. First of all, can I get a motion? Board Member Brown, can I get a second? Board Member Sackett Gable. Are there any severs? No severs. Is there any discussion? Board Member Higgins.
Only because you brought it up, the field trips. I just want to understand, we are struggling in the budget. So what is that exactly? Is it just approving the site? Like, how does the funding around that take place?
This is definitely not a funding resolution. We have to have a resolution, I believe, approving each particular place. It's also a church on here. I think are all, probably these are musical performances, I'm going to bet. But it is not for the district to pay for it specifically. It is to allow the kids to go under the auspices of a field trip.
Okay, great. I just saw Florida and I thought that was really far.
It is, yeah. Any other discussion? Okay, Mr. Carey, would you please call the roll? Will you just jump on your mic so for all the avid viewers at home?
Board Member Steffen,
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable,
Yes.
Board Member Nair,
Yes.
Board President Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia,
Yes.
Board Member Higgins,
Yes.
Board Member Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Brown,
Yes.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Motion's pass.
Very good. And that concludes the action portion of our meeting. Now, I have failed to bring back down the sign-in sheet for second read, but if you can, show of hands, anyone who's interested in a second read this evening, hop in. Shia Draper, welcome.
Hello there. Great to see you all. My name, for those at home, is Shia Draper, and I'm our district's communications director. I'm at every one of these school board meetings, but I seldom speak on the microphone unless it's a presentation, so great to see you all. I felt compelled to take a moment tonight to say how proud I am of our school district, our school board, and the initiatives we've completed together over the years. For more than 20 years, this district has been deeply devoted to community engagement and strategic communications, and I'm incredibly grateful to the people who have helped build that foundation long before I arrived. I want to acknowledge my immediate predecessors and friends, Paul Brubaker, who has helped establish strong relationships with journalists across New Jersey, Anit Eustachi, who unified the district's visual identity and reinforced the idea of two towns, many voices, one community, and Suzanne Turner, who helped families understand that this work is not purely public relations, but true family and community engagement that should be rooted in trust, collaboration, and credibility. Because of those previous leaders and because of the work that's happening every day in the school district of South Orange and Maplewood, I know our district will find ways to continue to execute that vision moving forward. I've kept this news relatively modest, but I am truly humbled to share that I've been elected as the first ever Black president-elect of the New Jersey School Public Relations Association. Thank you. That term begins in July as a part of a school district. That comes after years of building expertise in this field. That association is the counterpart of your NJSBA, ASBO for business administrators, and the School Superintendents Association, NJASA. Beyond my work in school districts, I've spent years contributing to our state's broader school communications profession through statewide and national leadership roles, presentations, and collaboration with educational professionals across the country. That work, after long school days, often makes for lengthy and demanding academic years. But South Orange and Maplewood was different. Not unique, we don't use that word, but definitely distinguished. This district presented one of the most meaningful and professionally rewarding challenges of my career. And I'm deeply thankful for not only the improvements I've been able to contribute, but also for the personal and professional growth I've received in return. In just the past 2 years, we have launched a vast new website with 2,060 pages that we've been reorganizing, conducted countless webinars and engagement initiatives for residents, and provided real-world communications experience to Columbia High School students interested in journalism, media, and public relations in the future. I'm proud of the systems and strategies we've built together, and I know that they will continue supporting Superintendent Bing, our school staff, and our families well into the future. And while public service is never easy, I think what has always stood out to me about this community has been its passion. Members of our two towns care deeply about students, about staff, and about the future of this district, especially when it comes to connecting with said families. Even during difficult moments, that priority has been very apparent to our family constituents, and it's something that I will always appreciate about this district. As always, thank you.
Thank you, Ife. Do we have any other public speaks this evening? All right, then I'm going to close our second hearings of individuals and delegations. Is there any new business this evening? Hearing none, I will now announce our future meetings. We will next meet on Thursday, May 28th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. for a board retreat, followed by an executive session for the purpose of discussing the chief school administrator, i.e. superintendent, evaluation among board members. As of now, no action will be taken. On Thursday, June 11th at 6:30, we'll meet for a presentation of our SSDS and HIB data, followed by an executive session to discuss the CSA evaluation with the superintendent. Action may be taken. And on Thursday, June 25th at 6:30 p.m., we'll meet for our regular monthly board meeting and executive session. Action will be taken. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Board Member Callahan, do I have a second? Board Member Bennett, show of hands. We are adjourned at 10:40 p.m. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.